Chapter 32 of The Breaking Point by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For a month Haverly had buzzed with whispered conjectures. It knew nothing, and yet somehow it knew everything. Dr. David was ill at the seashore, and Dick was not with him. Harrison Miller, who was never known to depart farther from his comfortable hearth than the railway station in one direction and the Sayre house in the other, had made a trip east and was now in the far west. Dr. Reynolds, who might or might not know something, had joined the country club and sent for his golf bag. And Elizabeth Wheeler was going around with a drawn white face and a determined smile that faded the moment one looked away. The village was hurt and suspicious. It resented its lack of knowledge and turned cynical where, had it been taken into confidence, it would have been solicitous. It believed that Elizabeth had been jilted, for it knew, via Annie and the Oglethorpe's laundress, that no letters came from Dick. And against Dick its indignation was directed in a hot flame of mainly feminine anger. But it sensed a mystery, too, and if it hated a jilt, it loved a mystery. Nina had taken to going about with her small pointed chin held high, and angrily she demanded that Elizabeth do the same. "You know what they are saying, and yet you go about looking crushed." "I can't act, Nina. I do go about." And Nina had a softened moment. "Don't think about him," she said. "He isn't sick, or he would have had some one wire or write, and he isn't dead, or they'd have found his papers and let us know." "Then he's in some sort of trouble. I want to go out there. I want to go out there." That indeed had been her constant cry for the last 2 weeks. She would have done it probably, packed her bag and slipped away, but she had no money of her own, and even Leslie, to whom she appealed, had refused her when he knew her purpose. "We're following him up, little sister," he said. "Harrison Miller has gone out, and there's enough talk as it is." She thought, lying in her bed at night, that they were all too afraid of what people might say. It seemed so unimportant to her, and she could not understand the conspiracy of silence. Other men went away and were not heard from, and the police were notified and the papers told. It seemed to her, too, that everyone, her father and Nina and Leslie and even Harrison Miller, knew more than she did. There had been that long conference behind closed doors, when Harrison Miller came back from seeing David and before he went west. Leslie had been there, and even Dr. Reynolds, but they had shut her out, and her father had not been the same since. He seemed sometimes to be burning with a sort of inner anger. Not at her, however. He was very gentle with her. And here was a curious thing. She had always felt that she knew when Dick was thinking of her. All at once, and without any warning, there would come a glow of happiness and warmth, and a sort of surrounding and encircling sense of protection, rather like what she had felt as a little girl when she had run home through the terrors of twilight and closed the house door behind her. She was in the warm and lighted house, safe and cared for. That was completely gone. It was as though the warm and lighted house of her love had turned her out and locked the door, and she was alone outside, cold and frightened. She avoided the village, and from a sense of delicacy it left her alone. The small gaieties of the summer were on, dinners, dances, and picnics, but her mourning made her absence inconspicuous. She could not, however, avoid Mrs. Sayre. She tried to, at first, but that lady's insistence and her own apathy made it easier to accept than to refuse. Then, after a time, she found the house rather a refuge. She seldom saw Wallie, and she found her hostess tactful, kindly, and uninquisitive. "Take the scissors and a basket, child, and cut your mother some roses," she would say. Or they would loot the greenhouses, and, going in the car to the cemetery, make of Jim's grave a thing of beauty and remembrance. Now and then, of course, she saw Wallie, but he never reverted to the day when she had told him of her engagement. Mother and son, she began to feel that only with them could she be herself. For the village, her chin high, as Nina had said. At home, assumed cheerfulness. Only at the house on the hill could she drop her pose. She waited with a sort of desperate courage for word from Harrison Miller. What she wanted that word to be, she did not know. There were, of course, times when she had to face the possibility that Dick had deliberately cut himself off from her. After all, there had never been any real reason why he should care for her. She was not clever and not beautiful. Perhaps he had been disappointed in her, and this was the thing they were concealing. Perhaps he had gone back to Wyoming, and had there found some one more worthy of him, some one who understood when he talked about the things he did in his laboratory, and did not just sit and listen with loving, rather bewildered eyes. Then one night at dinner a telegram was brought in, and she knew it was the expected word. She felt her mother's eyes on her, and she sat very still with her hands clenched in her lap. But her father did not read it at the table. He got up and went out, and some time later he came to the door. The telegram was not in sight. "That was from Harrison Miller," he said. "He has traced Dick to a hotel at Norada, but he had left the hotel, and he hasn't got in touch with him yet." He went away then, and they heard the house door close. Then some days later she learned that Harrison Miller was coming home, and that David was being brought back. She saw that telegram from Mr. Miller, and read into it failure and discouragement, and something more ominous than either. "Reach home Tuesday night, nothing definite. Think safe." "Think safe?" she asked breathlessly. "Then he has been in danger? What are you keeping from me?" And when no one spoke, "Oh, don't you see how cruel it is? You are all trying to protect me, and you are killing me instead." "Not danger," her father said slowly. "So far as we know, he is well, is all right." And seeing her face, "It is nothing that affects his feeling for you, dear. He is thinking of you and loving you wherever he is. Only we don't know where he is." But when he came back on Tuesday, after seeing Harrison Miller, he was discouraged and sick at heart. He went directly upstairs to his wife and shut the bedroom door. "Not a trace," he said in reply to the question in her eyes. "The situation is as he outlined it in the letter. He elaborated, of course. The fact is, and David will have to see it, that that statement of his doesn't help at all, unless he can prove there is a Clifton Hines. And even then it's all supposition. There's a strong sentiment out there that Dick either killed himself or met with an accident and died in the mountains. The horse wandered into town last week. I'll have to tell her." Over this possibility they faced each other, a tragic middle-aged pair, helpless as is the way of middle age before the attacks of life on their young. "It will kill her, Walter." "She's young," he said sturdily. "She'll get over it." But he did not think so, and she knew it. "There is a rather queer element in it," he observed after a time. "Another man, named Bassett, disappeared the same night. His stuff is at the hotel, but no papers to identify him. He had looked after Dick that day when he was sick, and he simply vanished. He didn't take the train. He was under suspicion for being with Dick, and the station was being watched." But she was not interested in Bassett. The name meant nothing to her. She harked back to the question that had been in both their minds since they had read, in stupefied amazement, David's statement. "In a way, Walter, it would be better if he—" "Why?" "My little girl and Judson Clark." But he fought that sturdily. They had 10 years of knowledge and respect to build on. The past was past. All he prayed for was Dick's return, an end to this long waiting. There would be no reservations in his welcome, if only— Some time later he went downstairs, to where Elizabeth sat waiting in the library. He went like a man to his execution, and his resolution nearly gave way when he saw her, small in her big chair and pathetically patient. He told her the story as guardedly as he could. He began with Dick's story to him, about his forgotten youth, and went on carefully to Dick's own feeling that he must clear up that past before he married. She followed him carefully, bewildered a little and very tense. "But why didn't he tell me?" "He saw it as a sort of weakness. He meant to when he came back." He fought Dick's fight for him valiantly, stressing certain points that were to prepare her for others to come. He plunged, indeed rather recklessly, into the psychology of the situation, and only got out of the unconscious mind with an effort. But behind it all was his overwhelming desire to save her pain. "You must remember," he said, "that Dick's life before this happened and since are two different things. Whatever he did then should not count against him now." "Of course not," she said. "Then he had done something?" "Yes, something that brought him into conflict with the authorities." She did not shrink from that, and he was encouraged to go on. "He was young then, remember, only 21 or so. And there was a quarrel with another man. The other man was shot." "You mean Dick shot him?" "Yes. You understand, don't you," he added anxiously, "that he doesn't remember doing it?" In spite of his anxiety he was forced to marvel at the sublime faith with which she made her comment through lips that had gone white. "Then it was either an accident or he deserved shooting," she said. But she inquired, he thought with difficulty, "Did he die?" He could not lie to her. "Yes," he said. She closed her eyes, but a moment later she was fighting her valiant fight again for Dick. "But they let him go," she protested. "Men do shoot in the West, don't they? There must have been a reason for it. You know Dick as well as I do. He couldn't do a wrong thing." He let that pass. "Nothing was done about it at the time," he said. "And Dick came here and lived his useful life among us. He wouldn't have known the man's name if he heard it. But do you see, sweetheart, where this is taking us? He went back and they tried to get him for a thing he didn't remember doing." "Father," she said, and went very white. "Is that where he is? In prison?" He tried to steady his voice. "No, dear. He escaped into the mountains. But you can understand his silence. You can understand, too, that he may feel he cannot come back to us with this thing hanging over him. What we have to do now is to find him, and to tell him that it makes no difference. That he has his place in the world waiting for him, and that we are waiting too." When it was all over, her questions and his sometimes stumbling replies, he saw that out of it all the one thing that mattered vitally to her was that Dick was only a fugitive and not dead. But she said, just before they went arm in arm up the stairs, "It is queer in one way, father. It isn't like him to run away." He told Margaret later, and she listened carefully. "Then you didn't tell her about the woman in the case?" "Certainly not. Why should I?" Mrs. Wheeler looked at him with the eternal surprise of woman at the lack of masculine understanding. "Because whether you think it or not, she will resent and hate that as she hates nothing else. Murder will be nothing to that. And she will have to know it sometime." He pondered her flat statement unhappily, standing by the window and looking out into the shaded street, and a man who had been standing, cigar in mouth, on a pavement across, withdrew into the shadow of a tree box. "It's all a puzzle to me," he said at last. "God alone knows how it will turn out. Harrison Miller seems to think this Bassett, whoever he is, could tell us something. I don't know." He drew the shade and wound his watch. "I don't know," he repeated. Outside on the street the man with the cigar struck a match and looked at his watch. Then he walked briskly toward the railway station. A half hour later he walked into the offices of the Times Republican and to the night editor's desk. "Hello, Bassett," said that gentleman. "We thought you were dead. Well, how about the sister in California? It was the Clark story, wasn't it?" "Yes," said Bassett noncommittally. "And it blew up on you. Well, there were others who were fooled, too. You had a holiday, anyhow." "Yes, I had a holiday," said Bassett, and going over to his own desk began to sort his vast accumulation of mail. Some time later he found the night editor at his elbow. "Did you get anything on the Clark business at all?" he asked. "Williams thinks there's a page in it for Sunday, anyhow. You've been on the ground, and there's a human interest element in it. The last man who talked to Clark, the ranch today, that sort of thing." Bassett went on doggedly sorting his mail. "You take it from me," he said. "The story's dead, and so is Clark. The Donaldson woman was crazy. That's all." End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of The Breaking Point by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. David was brought home the next day, a shriveled and aged David, but with a fighting fire in his eyes and a careful smile at the station for the group of friends who met him. David had decided on a course and meant to follow it. That course was to protect Dick's name and to keep the place he had made in the world open for him. Not even to Lucy had he yet breathed the terror that was with him day and night, that Dick had reached the breaking point and had gone back. But he knew it was possible. Lawler had warned him against shocks and trouble, and looking back David could see the gradually accumulating pressure against that mental wall of Dick's subconscious building. Overwork and David's illness, his love affair and Jim Wheeler's tragedy, and coming on top of that, in some way he had not yet learned, the knowledge that he was Judson Clark and a fugitive from the law. The work of 10 years, perhaps, was undone. Both David and Lucy found the homecoming painful. Harrison Miller rode up with them from the station, and between him and Dr. Reynolds, David walked into his house and was assisted up the stairs. At the door of Dick's room he stopped and looked in, and then went on, his face set and rigid. He would not go to bed, but sat in his chair while about him went on the bustle of the return, the bringing up of trunks and bags, but the careful smile was gone, and his throat, now so much too thin for his collar, worked convulsively. He had got Harrison Miller's narrative from him on the way from the station, and it had only confirmed his suspicions. He had been in a stupor all day, Miller related, and was being cared for by a man named Bassett. I dare say that's the man Gregory had referred to. He may have become suspicious of Bassett, I don't know, but a chambermaid recognized him as he was making his escape and raised an alarm. He got a horse out of the courtyard of the hotel, and not a sign of him has been found since." "It wasn't Bassett who raised the alarm?" "No, apparently not. The odd thing is that this Bassett disappeared, too, the same night. I called up his paper yesterday, but he hasn't shown up." And with some small amplifications, that is all there was to it. Before Harrison Miller and Dr. Reynolds left him to rest, David called Lucy in and put his plea to all of them. "It is my hope," he said, "to carry on exactly as though Dick might walk in to-morrow and take his place again. As I hold to my belief in God, so I hold to my conviction that he will come back, and that before long. But our friends will be asking where he is and what he is doing, and we would better agree on that beforehand. What we'd better say is simply that Dick was called away on business connected with some property in the West. They may not believe it, but they'll hardly disprove it." So the benevolent conspiracy to protect Dick Livingstone's name was arranged, and from that time on the four of them, who were a party to it, turned to the outside world an unbroken front of loyalty and courage. Even to Minnie, anxious and red-eyed in her kitchen, Lucy gave the same explanation while she arranged David's tray. "He's been detained in the West on business," Lucy said. "He might have sent me a postcard, and he hasn't written Dr. Reynolds at all." "He has been very busy. Get the sugar bowl, Minnie. He'll be back soon, I'm sure." But Minnie did not immediately move. "He'd better come soon if he wants to see Dr. David," she said with twitching lips. "And I'll just say this, Mrs. Crosby, the talk that's going on in this town is something awful." "I don't want to hear it," Lucy said firmly. She ate alone, painfully remembering that last gay little feast before they started away. But before she sat down she did a touching thing. She rang the bell and called Minnie. "After this, Minnie," she said, "we will always set Dr. Richard's place. Then when he comes—" Her voice broke, and Minnie, scenting a tragedy but ignorant of it, went back to her kitchen to cry into the roller towel. Her world was gone to pieces. By years of service to the one family she had no other world, no home, no ties. She was with the Livingstones, but not one of them. Alone in her kitchen she felt lonely and cut off. She thought that David, had he not been ill, would have told her. Lucy found David moving about upstairs some time later, and when she went up she found him sitting in Dick's room on a stiff chair inside the door. She stood beside him and put her hand on his shoulder, but he did not say anything and went away. That night David had a caller. All evening the bell had been ringing, and the little card tray on the hat rack was filled with visiting cards. There were gifts, too, flowers and jellies, and some squab from Mrs. Sayre. Lucy had seen no one, excusing herself on the ground of fatigue, but the man who came at 9 o'clock was not inclined to be turned away. "You take this card up to Dr. Livingstone anyhow," he said. "I'll wait." He wrote in pencil on the card, placing it against the doorpost to do so, and passed it to Minnie. She calmly read it and rather defiantly carried it off. But she came down quickly, touched by some contagion of expectation from the room upstairs. "Hang your hat on the rack and go on up." So it was that David and the reporter met for the first time in David's old-fashioned chamber, with its walnut bed and the dresser with the marble top, and Dick's picture in his uniform on the mantel. Bassett was shocked at the sight of David, shocked and alarmed. He was uncertain at first as to the wisdom of telling his startling story to an obviously sick man, but David's first words reassured him. "Come in," he said. "You are the Bassett who was with Dr. Livingstone at Norada?" "Yes, I see you know about it." "We know something, not everything." Suddenly David's pose deserted him. He got up and stood very straight, searching eyes on his visitor. "Is he living?" he asked in a low voice. "I think so. I'm not certain." "Then you don't know where he is?" "No, he got away, but you know that. Sit down, doctor. I've got a long story to tell." "I'll get you to call my sister first," David said, "and tell her to get Harrison Miller. Mr. Miller is our neighbor, and he very kindly went West when my health did not permit me to go." While they waited, David asked only one question. "The report we have had is that he was in a stupor in the hotel, and the doctor who saw him, you got him, I think, said he appeared to have been drinking heavily. Is that true? He was not a drinking man." "I am quite sure he had not." There was another question in David's mind, but he did not put it. He sat, with the patience of his age and his new infirmity, waiting for Lucy to bring Harrison Miller, and had it not been for the trembling of his hands, Bassett would have thought him calm and even placid. During the recital that followed somewhat later, David did not move. He sat silent, his eyes closed, his face set. "That's about all," Bassett finished. He had been perfectly clear in his head all day, and it took head work to get over the pass. But, as I say, he had simply dropped 10 years and was back to the Lucas trouble. I tried everything I knew, used your name, and would have used the young lady's, because sometimes that sort of thing strikes pretty deep, but I didn't know it. He was convinced after a while, but he was dazed, of course. He knew it, that is, but he couldn't comprehend it. I was done up, and I've cursed myself for it since, but I must have slept like the dead. I wakened once, early in the night, and he was still sitting by the fire, staring at it. I've forgotten to say that he had been determined all day to go back and give himself up, and the only way I prevented it was by telling him what a blow it would be to you and to the girl. I wakened once and said to him, 'Better get some sleep, old man.' He did not answer at once, and then he said, 'All right.' I was dozing off when he spoke again. He said, 'Where is Beverly Carlysle now? Has she married again?' 'She's revived the Valley, and she's in New York with it,' I told him. When I wakened in the morning he was gone, but he'd left a piece of paper in a cleft stick beside me with directions for reaching the railroad and, well, here it is." Bassett took from his pocketbook a note and passed it over to David, who got out his spectacles with shaking hands and read it. It was on Dick's prescription paper, with his name at the top and the familiar RX below it. David read it aloud, his voice husky. "Many thanks for everything, Bassett," he read. "I don't like to leave you, but you'll get out all right if you'll follow the map on the back of this. I've had all night to think things out, and I'm leaving you because you are safer without me. I realize now what you've known all day and kept from me. That woman at the hotel recognized me, and they are after me. I can't make up my mind what to do. Ultimately, I think I'll go back and give myself up. I am a dead man anyhow, to all who might have cared, but I've got to do one or two things first, and I want to think things over. One thing you've got a right to know. I hated Lucas, but it never entered my head to kill him. How it happened, God only knows. I don't." It was signed J.C. Bassett broke the silence that followed the reading. "I made every effort to find him. I had to work alone, you understand, and from the west side of the range, not to arouse suspicion. They were after me, too, you know. His horse, I heard, worked its way back a few days ago. It's a forsaken country, and if he lost his horse he was in it on foot and without food. Of course, there's a chance." His voice trailed off. In the stillness David sat, touching with tender, tremulous fingers what might be Dick's last message, and gazing at the picture of Dick in his uniform. He knew what they all thought, that Dick was dead, and that he held his final words in his hands. But his militant old spirit refused to accept that silent verdict. Dick might be dead to them, but he was living. He looked around the room defiantly, resentfully. Of all of them he was the only one to have faith, and he was bound to a chair. He knew them. They would sit down supinely and grieve while time passed and Dick fought his battle alone. No, by God, he would not be bound to a chair. He raised himself and stood, swaying on his shaking legs. "You've given up," he said scornfully. "You make a few days' search and then you quit. It's easy to say he's dead, so you say he's dead. I'm going out there myself and I'll make a search." He collapsed into the chair again and looked at them with shamed, appealing eyes. Bassett was the first to break the silence, speaking in a carefully emotionless tone. "I haven't given up for a minute. I've given up the search because he's beyond finding just now. Either he's got away or he is, well, beyond help. We have to go on the hypothesis that he got away, and in that case sooner or later you'll hear from him. He's bound to remember you in time. The worst thing is this charge against him." "He never killed Howard Lucas," David said in a tone of conviction. "Harrison, read Mr. Bassett my statement to you." Bassett took the statement home with him that night and studied it carefully. It explained a great deal that had puzzled him before, Mrs. Wasson's story, and David's arrival at the mountain cabin. But most of all it explained why the Thorwald woman had sent him after Dick. She knew then, in spite of her protests to David, that Jud Clark had not killed Lucas. He paced the floor for an hour or two, sunk in thought, and then unlocked a desk drawer and took out his bank book. He had saved a little money. Not much, but it would carry him over if he couldn't get another leave of absence. He thought, as he put the book away and prepared for bed, that it was a small price to pay for finding Clifton Hines and saving his own soul. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of The Breaking Point by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Dick had written his note and placed it where Bassett would be certain to see it. Then he found his horse and led him for the first half mile or so of level ground before the trail began to descend. He mounted there, for he knew the animal could find its way in the darkness where he could not. He felt no weariness and no hunger, although he had neither slept nor eaten for 30-odd hours, and as contrasted with the night before, his head was clear. He was able to start a train of thought and to follow it through consecutively for the first time in hours. Thought, however, was easier than realization, and to add to his perplexity he struggled to place Bassett and failed entirely. He remained a mysterious and incomprehensible figure, beginning and ending with the trail. Then he had an odd thought that brought him up standing. He had only Bassett's word for the story. Perhaps Bassett was lying to him, or mad. He rode on after a moment, considering that, but there was something, not in Bassett's circumstantial narrative, but in himself, that refused to accept that loophole of escape. He could not have told what it was. And then, with his increasing clarity, he began to make out the case for Bassett and against himself. The unfamiliar clothing he wore, the pad with the name of Livingstone on it, and the sign RX, the other contents of his pockets. He tried to orient himself in Bassett's story. A doctor! The devil's irony of it! Some poor hack losing sleep and bringing babies, peddling pills. leading what Bassett had called a life of usefulness. That was a career for you, a pill peddler. God! But underlying all his surface thinking was still the need of flight, and he was continually confusing it with the earlier one. One moment he was looking about for the snow of that earlier escape, and the next he would remember, and the sense of panic would leave him. After all, he meant to surrender eventually. It did not matter if they caught him. But like the sense of flight, there was something else in his mind, something that he fought down and would not face. When it came up, he thrust it back fiercely. That something was the figure of Beverly Carlysle stooping over her husband's body. He would have died to save her pain, and yet last night... No, it wasn't last night. It was years and years ago, and all this time she had hated him. It was unbearable that she had gone on hating him all this time. He was very thirsty, and water did not satisfy him. He wanted a real drink. He wanted alcohol. Suddenly he wanted all the liquor in the world. The craving came on at dawn, and after that he kicked his weary horse on recklessly, so that it rocked and stumbled down the trail. He had only one thought after the frenzy seized him, and that was to get to civilization and whiskey. It was as though he saw in drunkenness his only escape from the unbearable. In all probability he would have killed both his horse and himself in the grip of that sudden madness, but deliverance came in the shape of a casual rider, a stranger who for a moment took up the shuttle, wove his bit of the pattern and passed on, to use his blowpipe, his spirit lamp, and his chemicals in some prospector's paradise among the mountains. When Dick heard somewhere ahead the creaking of saddle leather and the rattle of harness, he drew aside on the trail and waited. He had lost all caution in the grip of his craving, and all fear. A line of loaded burros rounded a point ahead and came toward him, picking their way delicately with small, deliberate feet and walking on the outer edge of the trail, after the way of pack animals the world over. Behind them was a horseman, rifle in the scabbard on his saddle and spurs jingling. Dick watched him with thirsty, feverish eyes as he drew near. He could hardly wait to put his question. "Happen to have a drink about you, partner?" he called. The man stopped his horse and grinned. "Pretty early in the morning for a drink, isn't it?" he inquired. Then he saw Dick's eyes, and reached reluctantly into his saddlebag. "I've got a quart here," he said. "I've traveled 40 miles and spent $9 to get it, but I guess you need some." "You wouldn't care to sell it, I suppose?" "The bottle? Not on your life." He untied a tin cup from his saddle and carefully poured a fair amount into it, steadying the horse the while. "Here," he said, and passed it over. "But you'd better cut it out after this. It's bad medicine. You've got 2 drinks there. Be careful." Dick took the cup and looked at the liquor. The odor assailed him, and for a queer moment he felt a sudden distaste for it. He had a revulsion that almost shook him, but he drank it down and passed the cup back. "You've traveled a long way for it," he said, "and I needed it, I guess. If you'll let me pay for it—" "Forget it," said the man amiably, and started his horse. "But better cut it out, first chance you get. It's bad medicine." He rode on after his vanishing pack, and Dick took up the trail again. But before long he began to feel sick and dizzy. The aftertaste of the liquor in his mouth nauseated him. The craving had been mental habit, not physical need, and his body fought the poison rebelliously. After a time the sickness passed, and he slept in the saddle. He roused once, enough to know that the horse had left the trail and was grazing in a green meadow. Still overcome with his first real sleep, he tumbled out of the saddle and stretched himself out on the ground. He slept all day, lying out in the burning sun, his face upturned to the sky. When he wakened it was twilight and the horse had disappeared. His face burned from the sun and his head ached violently. He was weak, too, from hunger, and the morning's dizziness persisted. Connected thought was impossible, beyond the fact that if he did not get out soon he would be too weak to travel. Exhausted and on the verge of sunstroke, he set out on foot to find the trail. He traveled all night, and the dawn found him still moving, a mere automaton of a man, haggard and shambling, no longer willing his progress, but somehow incredibly advancing. He found water and drank it. fell, got up, and still, right foot, left foot, he went on. Sometime during the advance he had found a trail, and he kept to it automatically. He felt no surprise and no relief when he saw a cabin in a clearing and a woman in the doorway watching him with curious eyes. He pulled himself together and made a final effort, but without much interest in the result. "I wonder if you could give me some food," he said. "I have lost my horse and I've been wandering all night." "I guess I can," she replied, not unamiably. "You look as though you need it, and a wash, too. There's a basin and a pail of water on that bench." But when she came out later to call him to breakfast, she found him sitting on the bench and the pail overturned on the ground. "I'm sorry," he said dully. "I tried to lift it, but I'm about all in." "You'd better come in. I've made some coffee." He could not rise. He could not even raise his hands. She called her husband from where he was chopping wood off in the trees, and together they got him into the house. It was days before he so much as spoke again. So it happened that the search went on. Wilkins from the east of the range, and Bassett from the west, hunted at first with furious energy, then spasmodically, then not at all, while Dick lay in a mountain cabin on the bed made of young trees, and for the second time in his life watched a woman moving in a lean-to kitchen, and was fed by a woman's hand. He forced himself to think of this small panorama of life that moved before him, rather than of himself. The woman was young and pretty in a slovenly way. The man was much older and silent. He was of better class than the woman, and underlying his assumption of crudity there were occasional outcroppings of some cultural background. Not then, nor at any subsequent time, did he learn the story, if story there was. He began to see them, however, not so much pioneers as refugees. The cabin was, he thought, a haven to the man and a prison to the woman. But they were uniformly kind to him, and for weeks he stayed there, slowly readjusting. In his early convalescence he would sit paring potatoes or watching a cooking pot for her. As he gained in strength he cut a little firewood. Always he sought something to keep him from thinking. Two incidents always stood out afterwards in his memory of the cabin. One was the first time he saw himself in a mirror. He knew by that time that Bassett's story had been true, and that he was 10 years older than he remembered himself to be. He thought he was in a measure prepared. But he saw in the glass a man whose face was lined and whose hair was streaked with gray. The fact that his beard had grown added to the terrible maturity of the reflection he saw, and he sent the mirror clattering to the ground. The other incident was later, and when he was fairly strong again. The man was caught under a tree he was felling and badly hurt. During the hour or so that followed, getting the tree cut away, and moving the injured man to the cabin on a wood sledge, Dick had the feeling of helplessness of any layman in an accident. He was solicitous but clumsy. But when they had got the patient into his bed, quite automatically he found himself making an investigation and pronouncing a verdict. Later he was to realize that this was the first peak of submerged memory rising above the flood. At the time all he felt was a great certainty. He must act quickly or the man would not live. And that night, with such instruments as he could extemporize, he operated. There was no time to send to a town. All night after the operation Dick watched by the bedside, the woman moving back and forth restlessly. He got his only knowledge of the story, such as it was, then when she said once, "I deserved this, but he didn't. I took him away from his wife." He had to stay on after that, for the woman could not be left alone. And he was glad of the respite, willing to drift until he got his bearings. Certain things had come back, more as pictures than realities. Then he saw David clearly, Lucy dimly, Elizabeth not at all. But David came first, David in the buggy with the sagging springs, David's loud voice and portly figure, David steady and upright and gentle as a woman. But there was something wrong about David. He puzzled over that, but he was learning not to try to force things, to let them come to the surface themselves. It was 2 or 3 days later that he remembered that David was ill, and was filled with a sickening remorse and anxiety. For the first time he made plans to get away, for whatever happened after that he knew he must see David again. But all his thought led him to an impasse at the time, and that impasse was the feeling that he was a criminal and a fugitive, and that he had no right to tie up innocent lives with his. Even a letter to David might incriminate him. Coupled with his determination to surrender, the idea of atonement was strong in him. An eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth. That had been his father's belief, and well he remembered it. But during the drifting period he thrust it back into that painful niche where he held Beverly and the thing he would not face. That phase of his readjustment then, when he reached it, was painful and confused. There was the necessity for atonement, which involved surrender, and there was the call of David and the insistent desire to see Beverly again, which was a thing he would not face. Of the three, the last, mixed up as it was with the murder and its expiation, was the strongest. For by the very freshness of his released memories, it was the days before his flight from the ranch that seemed the most recent, and his life with David that was long ago and blurred in its details as by the passing of infinite time. When Elizabeth finally came back to him, it was as something very gentle and remote, out of the long forgotten past. Even his image of her was blurred and shadowy. He could not hear the tones of her voice, or remember anything she had said. He could never bring her at will, as he could David, for instance. She only came clearly at night while he slept. Then the guard was down, and there crept into his dreams a small figure, infinitely loving and tender, but as he roused from sleep she changed gradually into Beverly. It was Beverly's arms he felt around his neck. Nevertheless, he held to Elizabeth more completely than he knew, for the one thing that emerged from his misty recollection of her was that she cared for him. In a world of hate and bitterness, she cared. But she was never real to him as the other woman was real, and he knew that she was lost to him as David was lost. He could never go back to either of them. As time went on, he reached the point of making practical plans. He had lost his pocketbook somewhere, probably during his wanderings afoot, and he had no money. He knew that the obvious course was to go to the nearest settlement and surrender himself, and he played with the thought. But even as he did so, he knew he would not do it. Surrender he would eventually, but before he did that, he would satisfy a craving that was in some ways like his desire for liquor that morning on the trail. A reckless, mad, and irresistible impulse to see Beverly Lucas again. In August he started for the railroad, going on foot and without money, his immediate destination the harvest fields of some distant ranch, his object to earn his train fare to New York. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of The Breaking Point by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The summer passed slowly. To David and Elizabeth it was a long waiting, but with this difference that David was kept alive by hope, and that Elizabeth felt sometimes that hope was killing her. To David, each day was a new day and might hold Dick. To Elizabeth, after a time, each day was but one more of separation. Dr. Reynolds had become a fixture in the old house, but he was not like Dick. He was a heavy, silent young man, shy of intruding into the family life, and already engrossed in a budding affair with the Rossiter girl. David tolerated him, but with a sort of smoldering jealousy, increased by the fact that he had introduced innovations David resented. Had, for instance, moved Dick's desk nearer the window, and instead of doing his own laboratory work, had what David considered a damnably lazy fashion of sending his little tubes, carefully closed with cotton, to a hospital in town. David found the days very long and infinitely sad. He wakened each morning to renewed hope, watched for the postman from his upper window, and for Lucy's step on the stairs with the mail. His first glimpse of her always told him the story. At the beginning he had insisted on talking about Dick, but he saw that it hurt her, and of late they had fallen into the habit of long silences. The determination to live on until that return which he never ceased to expect only carried him so far, however. He felt no incentive to activity. There were times when he tried Lucy sorely, when she felt that if he would only move about, go downstairs and attend to his office practice, get out into the sun and air, he would grow stronger. But there were times, too, when she felt that only the will to live was carrying him on. Nothing further had developed, so far as they knew. The search had been abandoned. Lucy was no longer so sure as she had been that the house was under surveillance against Dick's possible return. Often she lay in her bed and faced the conviction that Dick was dead. She had never understood the talk that had at first gone on about her, when Bassett and Harrison Miller, and once or twice the psychoanalyst David had consulted in town, had got together in David's bedroom. The mind was the mind, and Dick was Dick. This thing about habit, over which David pored at night when he should have been sleeping, or brought her in to listen to with an air of triumphant vindication, meant nothing to her. A man properly trained in right habits of thinking and of action could not think wrong and go wrong, David argued. He even went further. He said that love was a habit, and that love would bring Dick back to him, that he could not forget them. She believed that, of course, if he still lived. But hadn't Mr. Bassett, who seemed so curiously mixed in the affair, been out again to Norada without result? No, it was all over, and she felt that it would be a comfort to know where he lay and to bring him back to some well-loved and tended grave. Elizabeth came often to see them. She looked much the same as ever, although she was very slender and her smile rather strained, and she and David would have long talks together. She always felt rather like an empty vessel when she went in, but David filled her with hope and sent her away cheered and visibly brighter to her long waiting. She rather avoided Lucy, for Lucy's fears lay in her face and were like a shadow over her spirit. She came across her one day, putting Dick's clothing away in camphor, and the act took on an air of finality that almost crushed her. So far they had kept her from Dick's real identity, but certain things they had told her. She knew that he had gone back, in some strange way, to the years before he came to Haverly, and that he had temporarily forgotten everything since. But they had told her, too, and seemed to believe themselves, that it was only temporary. At first the thought had been more than she could bear, but she had to live her life, and in such a way as to hide her fears. Perhaps it was good for her, the necessity of putting up a bold front, to join the conspiracy that was to hold Dick's place in the world against the hope of his return. And she still went to the Sayre house, sure that there at least there would be no curious glances, no too casual questions. She could not be sure of that even at home, for Nina was constantly conjecturing. "I sometimes wonder," Nina began one day, and then stopped. "Wonder what?" "Oh, well, I suppose I might as well go on. Do you ever think that if Dick had gone back, as they say he has, that there might be somebody else?" "Another girl, you mean?" "Yes, someone he knew before." Nina was watching her. Sometimes she almost burst with the drama she was suppressing. She had been a small girl when Judson Clark had disappeared, but even at 12 she had known something of the story. She wanted frantically to go about the village and say to them, "Do you know who has been living here, whom you used to patronize? Judson Clark, one of the richest men in the world." She built daydreams on that foundation. He would come back, for of course he would be found and acquitted, and buy the Sayre place perhaps, or build a much larger one, and they would all go to Europe in his yacht. But she knew now that the woman Leslie had sent his flowers to had loomed large in Dick's past, and she both hated and feared her. Not content with having given her, Nina, some bad hours, she saw the woman now possibly blocking her ambitions for Elizabeth. "What I'm getting at is this," she said, examining her polished nails critically. "If it does turn out that there was somebody, you'd have to remember that it was all years and years ago, and be sensible." "I only want him back," Elizabeth said. "I don't care how he comes, so he comes." Louis Bassett had become a familiar figure in the village life by that time. David depended on him with a sort of wistful confidence that set him to grinding his teeth occasionally in a fury at his own helplessness. And as the extent of the disaster developed, as he saw David failing and Lucy aging, and when in time he met Elizabeth, the feeling of his own guilt was intensified. He spent hours studying the case, and he was chiefly instrumental in sending Harrison Miller back to Norada in September. He had struck up a friendship with Miller over their common cause, and the night he was to depart, that small inner group, which was fighting David's battle for him, formed a committee of strategy in Harrison's tidy living room. Walter Wheeler and Bassett, Miller, and tardily taken into their confidence, Dr. Reynolds. The same group met him on his return, sat around with expectant faces while he got out his tobacco and laid a sheaf of papers on the table, and waited while their envoy, laying Bassett's map on the table, proceeded carefully to draw in a continuation of the trail beyond the pass, some sketchy mountains, and a small square. "I've got something," he said at last. "Not much, but enough to work on. Here's where you lost him, Bassett." He pointed with his pencil. "He went on for a while on the horse. Then somehow he must have lost the horse, for he turned up on foot, date unknown, in a state of exhaustion at a cabin that lies here. I got lost myself, or I'd have never found the place. He was sick there for weeks, and he seems to have stayed on quite a while after he recovered, as though he couldn't decide what to do next." Walter Wheeler stirred and looked up. "What sort of condition was he in when he left?" "Very good," they said. "You're sure it was Livingstone?" "The man there had a tree fall on him. He operated. I guess that's the answer." He considered the situation. "It's the answer to more than that," Reynolds said slowly. "It shows he had come back to himself. If he hadn't, he couldn't have done it." "And after that?" someone asked. "I lost him. He left to hike to the railroad, and he said nothing of his plans. If I'd been able to make open inquiries, I might have turned up something, but I couldn't. It's a hard proposition. I had trouble finding Hattie Thorwald, too. She'd left the hotel and is living with her son. She swears she doesn't know where Clifton Hines is, and hasn't seen him for years." Bassett had been listening intently, his head dropped forward. "I suppose the son doesn't know about Hines?" "No, she warned me. He was surly and suspicious. The sheriff had sent for him and questioned him about how you got his horse, and I gathered that he thought I was a detective. When I told him I was a friend of yours, he sent you a message. You may be able to make something out of it. I can't. He said, 'You can tell him I didn't say anything about the other time.'" Bassett sat forward. "The other time?" "He is under the impression that his mother got the horse for you once before, about 10 days before Clark escaped. At night, also." "Not for me," Bassett said decisively. 10 days before that I was—" he got out his notebook and consulted it. "I was on my way to the cabin in the mountains where the Donaldsons had hidden Jud Clark. I hired a horse at a livery stable." "Could the Thorwald woman have followed you?" "Why the devil should she do that?" he asked irritably. "She didn't know who I was. She hadn't a chance at my papers, for I kept them on me. If she did suspect I was on the case, a dozen fellows had preceded me, and half of them had gone to the cabin." "Nevertheless," he finished, "I believe she did. She or Hines himself. There was someone on a horse outside the cabin that night." There was silence in the room, Harrison Miller thoughtfully drawing at random on the map before him. Each man was seeing the situation from his own angle. To Reynolds, its medical interest, and the possibility of his permanency in the town. To Walter Wheeler, Elizabeth's spoiled young life. To Harrison Miller, David. And to the reporter, a conviction that the clues he now held should lead him somewhere, and did not. Before the meeting broke up, Miller took a folded manuscript from the table and passed it to Bassett. "Copy of the coroner's inquiry after the murder," he said. "Thought it might interest you." Then for a time that was all. Bassett, poring at home over the inquest records and finding them of engrossing interest, saw the futility of saving a man who could not be found. and even Nina's faith that the fabulously rich could not die obscurely began to fade as the summer waned. She restored some of her favor to Wallie Sayre, and even listened again to his alternating hopes and fears. And by the end of September he felt that he had gained real headway with Elizabeth. He had come to a point where she needed him more than she realized, where the call in her of youth for youth, even in trouble, was insistent. In return he felt his responsibility and responded to it. In the vernacular of the town he had settled down, and the general trend of opinion which had previously disapproved him was now that Elizabeth might do worse. On a crisp night early in October he had brought her home from Nina's, and because the moon was full they sat for a time on the steps of the veranda, Wallie below her, stirring the dead leaves on the walk with his stick, and looking up at her with boyish, adoring eyes when she spoke. He was never very articulate with her, and her trouble had given her a strange new aloofness that almost frightened him. But that night when she shivered a little, he reached up and touched her hand. "You're cold," he said almost roughly. He was sometimes rather savage, for fear he might be tender. "I'm not cold. I think it's the dead leaves." "Dead leaves?" he repeated, puzzled. "You're a queer girl, Elizabeth. Why dead leaves?" "I hate the fall. It's the death of the year." "Nonsense. It's going to bed for a long winter's nap. That's all. I'll bring you a wrap." He went in and came out in a moment with her father's overcoat. "Here," he said peremptorily, "put this on. I'm not going to be called on the carpet for giving you a sniffle." She stood up obediently, and he put the big coat around her. Then, obeying an irresistible impulse, he caught her to him. He released her immediately, however, and stepped back. "I love you so," he stammered. "I'm sorry. I'll not do it again." She was startled, but not angry. "I don't like it," was all she said. And because she did not want him to think she was angry, she sat down again. But the boy was shaken. He got out a cigarette and lighted it, his hands trembling. He could not think of anything to say. It was as though by that one act he had cut a bridge behind him, and on the other side lay all the platitudes, the small give and take of their hours together. What to her was a regrettable incident was to him a great dramatic climax. Boylike, he refused to recognize its unimportance to her. He wanted to talk about it. "When you said just now that you didn't like what I did just then, do you mean you didn't like me to do it? Or that you don't care for that sort of thing? Of course I know," he added hastily, "you're not that kind of girl. He turned and looked at her. "You know I'm still in love with you, don't you, Elizabeth?" She returned his gaze frankly. "I don't see how you can be when you know what you do know." "I know how you feel now, but I know that people don't go on loving hopelessly all their lives. You're young. You've got," he figured quickly, "you've got about 50-odd years to live yet, and some of these days you'll be not forgetting," he changed, when he saw her quick movement. "I know you'll not forget him. But remembering and loving are different." "I wonder," she said, her eyes on the moon and full of young tragedy. "If they are, if one can remember without loving, then couldn't one love without remembering?" He stared at her. "You're too deep for me sometimes," he said. "I'm not subtle, Elizabeth. I dare say I'm stupid in lots of things, but I'm not stupid about this. I'm not trying to get a promise, you know. I only want you to know how things are. I don't want to know why he went away, or why he doesn't come back. I only want you to face the facts. I'd be good to you," he finished in a low tone. "I'd spend my life thinking of ways to make you happy." She was touched. She reached down and put her hand on his shoulder. "You deserve the best, Wallie, and you're asking for a second best. Even that, I'm just not made that way, I suppose. 50 years or 100, it would be all the same." "You'd always care for him, you mean?" "Yes, I'm afraid so." When he looked at her, her eyes had again that far away and yet flaming look which he had come to associate with her thoughts of Dick. She seemed infinitely removed from him, traveling her lonely road past loving outstretched hands and facing ahead toward 50 years of spinsterhood. The sheer waste of it made him shudder. "You're cold too, Wallie," she said gently. "You'd better go home." He was about to repudiate the idea scornfully when he sneezed. She got up at once and held out her hand. "You are very dear to feel about me the way you do," she said rather rapidly. "I appreciate your telling me. And if you're chilly when you get home, you'd better take some camphor." He saw her, hat in hand, and then turned and stalked up the street. Camphor, indeed! But so stubborn was hope in his young heart that before he had climbed the hill he was finding comfort in her thought for him. Mrs. Sayre had been away for a week, visiting in Michigan, and he had not expected her for a day or so. To his surprise he found her on the terrace, wrapped in furs, and evidently waiting for him. "I wasn't enjoying it," she explained when he had kissed her. "It's a summer place, not heated to amount to anything, and when it turned cold. Where have you been to night?" "Dined at the Wards, and then took Elizabeth home." "How is she?" "She's all right." "And there's no news?" He knew her very well, and he saw then that she was laboring under suppressed excitement. "What's the matter, Mother? You're worried about something, aren't you?" "I have something to tell you. We'd better go inside." He followed her in, unexcited and half smiling. Her world was a small one, of minor domestic difficulties, of not unfriendly gossip, of occasional money problems, investments and what not. He had seen her hands tremble over a matter of a poorly served dinner. So he went into the house, closed the terrace window, and followed her to the library. When she closed the door he recognized her old tactics when the servants were in question. "Well?" he inquired. "I suppose." Then he saw her face. "Sorry, Mother. What's the trouble?" "Wallie, I saw Dick Livingstone in Chicago." End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of The Breaking Point by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. During August, Dick had labored in the alfalfa fields of central Washington, a harvest hand or working stiff among other migratory agricultural workers. Among them, but not entirely of them. Recruited from the lowest levels as men grade, gathered in at a slave market on the coast, herded in bunkhouses alive with vermin, fully but badly fed, overflowing with blasphemy and filled with sullen hate for those above them in the social scale, the stiffs regarded him with distrust from the start. In the beginning he accepted their sneers with a degree of philosophy. His physical condition was poor. At night he ached intolerably, collapsing into his wooden bunk to sleep the dreamless sleep of utter exhaustion. There were times when he felt it would be better to return at once to Norada and surrender, for that he must do so eventually he never doubted. It was as well, perhaps, that he had no time for brooding, but he gained sleep at the cost of superhuman exertion all day. A feeling of unreality began to obsess him, so that at times he felt like a ghost walking among sweating men, like a resurrection into life, but without life. And more than once he tried to sink down to the level of the others, to unite himself again with the crowd, to feel again the touch of elbows, the sensation of fellowship. The primal instinct of the herd asserted itself, the need of human companionship of any sort. But he failed miserably, as Jud Clark could never have failed. He could not drink with them. He could not sink to their level of degradation. Their oaths and obscenity sickened and disgusted him, and their talk of women drove him into the fresh air. The fact that he could no longer drink himself into a stupor puzzled him. Bad whiskey circulated freely among the haystacks and bunkhouses where the harvest hands were quartered, and at ruinous prices. The men clubbed together to buy it, and he put in his share, only to find that it not only sickened him, but that he had a mental inhibition against it. They called him the Dude, and put into it gradually all the class hatred of their wretched, sullen lives. He had to fight them more than once, and had they united against him, he might have been killed. But they never united. Their own personal animosities and angers kept them apart, as their misery held them together. And as time went on and his muscles hardened, he was able to give a better account of himself. The time came when they let him alone, and when one day a big shocker fell off a stack and broke his leg and Dick set it, he gained their respect. They asked no questions, for their law was that the past was the past. They did not like him, but in the queer twisted ethics of the camp they judged the secret behind him by the height from which he had fallen, and began slowly to accept him as of the brotherhood of derelicts. With his improvement in his physical condition there came, toward the end of summer, a more rapid subsidence of the flood of the long past. He had slept out one night in the fields, where the uncut alfalfa was belled with purple flowers and yellow buttercups rose and nodded above him. With the first touch of dawn on the mountains he wakened to a clarity of mind like that of the morning. He felt almost an exaltation. He stood up and threw out his arms. It was all his again, never to lose, the old house and David and Lucy, the little laboratory, the church on Sunday mornings, Mike whistling in the stable. A wave of love warmed him, a great surging tenderness. He would go back to them. They were his and he was theirs. It was at first only a great emotion, a tingling joyousness, a vast relief as of one who sees from a far distance the lights in the windows of home. Save for the gap between the drunken revel at the ranch and his awakening to David's face bending over him in the cabin, everything was clear. Still, by an effort, but successfully, he could unite now the two portions of his life with only a scar between them. Not that he formulated it. It was rather a mood, an impulse of unreasoning happiness. The last cloud had gone, the last bit of mist from the valley. He saw Haverly and the children who played in its shaded streets, Mike washing the old car, and the ice cream freezer on Sundays, wrapped in sacking on the kitchen porch. Jim Wheeler came back to him, the weight of his coffin dragging at his right hand as he helped to carry it. He was kneeling beside Elizabeth's bed and putting his hand over her staring eyes so she would go to sleep. The glow died and he began to suffer intensely. They were all lost to him, along with the life they represented, and already he began to look back on his period of forgetfulness with regret. At least then he had not known what he had lost. He wondered again what they knew. What did they think? If they believed him dead, was that not kinder than the truth? Outside of David and Lucy, and of course Bassett, the sole foundation on which any search for him had rested had been the semi-hysterical recognition of Hattie Thorwald. But he wondered how far that search had gone. Had it extended far enough to involve David? Had the hue and cry died away, or were the police still searching for him? Could he even write to David without involving him in his own trouble? For David, fine, wonderful old David, David had deliberately obstructed the course of justice and was an accessory after the fact. Up to that time he had drifted, unable to set a course in the fog, but now he could see the way, and it led him back to Norada. He would not communicate with David. He would go out of the lives at the old house as he had gone in, under a lie. When he surrendered, it would be as Judson Clark, with his lips shut tight on the years since his escape. Let them think if they would that the curtain that had closed down over his memory had not lifted, and that he had picked up life again where he had laid it down. The police would get nothing from him to incriminate David. But he had a moment, too, when surrender seemed to him not strength but weakness, where its sheer supineness, its easy solution to his problem revolted him, where he clenched his fist and looked at it and longed for the right to fight his way out. When smoke began to issue from the cookhouse chimney he stirred, rose, and went back. He ate no breakfast, and the men, seeing his squared jaw and set face, let him alone. He worked with the strength of 3 men that day, but that night, when the foreman offered him a job as pacer with double wages, he refused it. "Give it to somebody else, Joe," he said. "I'm quitting." "The hell you are. When?" "I'd like to check out tonight." His going was without comment. They had never fully accepted him, and comings and goings without notice in the camp were common. He rolled up his bedding, his change of undergarments inside it, and took the road that night. The railroad was 10 miles away, and he made the distance easily. He walked between wire fences, behind which horses moved restlessly as he passed, and cattle slept around a water hole, and as he walked he faced a situation which all day he had labored like three men to evade. He was going out of life. It did not much matter whether it was to be behind bars or to pay the ultimate price. The shadow that lay over him was that he was leaving forever David and all that he stood for, and a woman. And the woman was not Elizabeth. He cursed himself in the dark for a fool and a madman. He cursed the infatuation which rose like a demoniac possession from his early life. When that failed, he tried to kill it by remembering the passage of time, the loathing she must have nursed all these years. He summoned the image of Elizabeth to his aid, to find it eclipsed by something infinitely more real and vital. Beverly in her dressing room, grotesque and yet lovely in her makeup. Beverly on the mountain trail in her boyish riding clothes. Beverly. Probably at that stage of his recovery his mind had reacted more quickly than his emotions. And by that strange faculty by which an idea often becomes stronger in memory than in its original production, he found himself in the grip of a passion infinitely more terrible than his earlier one for her. It wiped out the memory, even the thought, of Elizabeth, and left him a victim of its associated emotions. Bitter jealousy racked him, remorse and profound grief. The 10 miles of road to the railroad became 10 miles of torture, of increasing domination of the impulse to go to her and of final surrender. In Spokane he outfitted himself, for his clothes were ragged, and with the remainder of his money bought a ticket to Chicago. Beyond Chicago he had no thoughts save one. Some way, somehow, he must get to New York. Yet all the time he was fighting. He tried again and again to break away from the emotional associations from which his memory of her was erected. When that failed he struggled to face reality, the lapse of time, the certainty of his disappointment, at the best the inevitable parting when he went back to Norada. But always in the end he found his face turned toward the east and her. He had no fear of starving. If he had learned the cost of $1 in blood and muscle, he had the blood and the muscle. There was a time in Chicago when the necessity of thinking about money irritated him, for the memory of his old opulent days was very clear. Times when his temper was uncertain and he turned surly. Times when his helplessness brought to his lips the old familiar blasphemies of his youth, which sounded strange and revolting to his ears. He had no fear then, but a great impatience, as though, having lost so much time, he must advance with every minute. And Chicago drove him frantic. There came a time when he made a deliberate attempt to sink to the very depths, to seek forgetfulness by burying one wretchedness under another. He attempted to find work and failed, and he tried to let go and sink. The total result of the experiment was that he wakened one morning in his lodging house, ill and with his money gone, save for some small silver. He thought ironically, lying on his untidy bed, that even the resources of the depths were closed to him. He never tried that experiment again. He hated himself for it. For days he haunted the West Madison Street employment agencies. But the agencies and sidewalks were filled with men who wandered aimlessly with the objectless shuffle of the unemployed. Beds had gone up in the lodging houses to 35 cents a night, and the food in the cheap restaurants was almost uneatable. There came a day when the free morning coffee at a Bible rescue home and its soup and potatoes and carrots at night was all he ate. For the first time his courage began to fail him. He went to the lakeside that night and stood looking at the water. He meant to fight that impulse of cowardice at the source. Up to that time he had given no thought whatever to his estate, beyond the fact that he had been undoubtedly adjudged legally dead and his property divided. But that day, as he turned away from the lakefront, he began to wonder about it. After all, since he meant to surrender himself before long, why not telegraph collect to the old offices of the estate in New York and have them wire him money? But even granting that they were still in existence, he knew with what lengthy caution, following stunned surprise, they would go about investigating the message. And there were leaks in the telegraph. He would have a pack of newspaper hounds at his heels within a few hours. The police, too. No, it wouldn't do. The next day he got a job as a taxicab driver, and that night and every night thereafter he went back to West Madison Street and picked up one or more of the derelicts there and brought them food. He developed quite a system about it. He waited until he saw a man stop outside an eating house, look in, and then pass on. But one night he got rather a shock, for the young fellow he accosted looked at him first with suspicion, which was not unusual, and later with amazement. "Captain Livingstone," he said, and checked his hand as it was about to rise to the salute. His face broke into a smile and he whipped off his cap. "You've forgotten me, sir," he said, "but I've got your visiting card on the top of my head all right. Can you see it?" He bent his head and waited, but on no immediate reply being forthcoming, for Dick was hastily determining on a course of action, he looked up. It was then that he saw Dick's cheap and shabby clothes, and his grin faded. "I say," he said, "you are Livingstone, aren't you? I'd have known—" "I think you've made a mistake, old man," Dick said, feeling for his words carefully. "That's not my name, anyhow. I thought when I saw you staring in that window. How about it?" The boy looked at him again and then glanced away. "I was looking all right," he said. "I've been having a run of hard luck." It had been Dick's custom to eat with his finds, and thus remove from the meal the quality of detached charity. Men who would not take money would join him in a meal, but he could not face the lights with this keen-eyed youngster. He offered him money instead. "Just a lift," he said awkwardly when the boy hesitated. "I've been there myself lately." But when at last he had prevailed and turned away, he was conscious that the doughboy was staring after him, puzzled and unconvinced. He had a bad night after that. The encounter had brought back his hard-working, carefree days in the army. It had brought back, too, the things he had put behind him, his profession and his joy in it, the struggles and the aspirations that constitute a man's life. With them there came, too, a more real Elizabeth, and a wave of tenderness for her, and of regret. He turned on his sagging bed and deliberately put her away from him. Even if this other ghost were laid, he had no right to her. Then one day he met Mrs. Sayre and saw that she knew him. End of chapter 36. Chapter number 37 of The Breaking Point by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Wallie stared at his mother. His mind was at once protesting the fact and accepting it, with its consequences to himself. There was a perceptible pause before he spoke. He stood, if anything, somewhat straighter, but that was all. "Are you sure it was Livingstone?" "Positive. I talked to him. I wasn't sure myself at first. He looked shabby and thin, as though he'd been ill, and he had the audacity to pretend at first he didn't know me. He closed the door on me and—" "Wait a minute, Mother. What door?" "He was driving a taxicab." He looked at her incredulously. "I don't believe it," he said slowly. "I think you've made a mistake, that's all." "Nonsense. I know him as well as I know you." "Did he acknowledge his identity?" "Not in so many words," she admitted. "He said I had made a mistake, and he stuck to it. Then he shut the door and drove me to the station. The only other chance I had was at the station, and there was a line of cabs behind us, so I had only a second. I saw he didn't intend to admit anything, so I said, 'I can see you don't mean to recognize me, Dr. Livingstone, but I must know whether I am to say at home that I've seen you.' He was making change for me at the time. I'd have known his hands, I think, if I hadn't seen anything else. And when he looked up his face was shocking. He said, 'Are they all right?' 'David is very ill,' I said. The cars behind were waiting and making a terrific din, and a traffic man ran up and made him move on. He gave me the strangest look as he went. I stood and waited, thinking he would turn and come back again at the end of the line, but he didn't. I almost missed my train." Wallie's first reaction to the news was one of burning anger and condemnation. "The blackguard," he said, "the insufferable cad! To have run away as he did, and then to let them believe him dead! For that's what they do believe. It is killing David Livingstone. And as for Elizabeth, she'll have to be told, mother. He's alive, he's well, and he has deliberately deserted them all. He ought to be shot." "You didn't see him, Wallie. I did. He's been through something. I don't know what. I didn't sleep last night for thinking of his face. It had despair in it." "All right," he said, angrily pausing before her. "What do you intend to do? Let them go on as they are, hoping and waiting? Lauding him to the skies as a sort of Superman? The thing to do is to tell the truth." "But we don't know the truth, Wallie. There's something behind it all." "Nothing very creditable, be sure of that," he pronounced. "Do you think it's fair to Elizabeth to let her waste her life on the memory of a man who's deserted her?" "It would be cruel to tell her." "You've got to be cruel to be kind sometimes," he said oracularly. "Why, the man may be married, may be anything. A taxi driver! Doesn't that in itself show that he's hiding from something?" She sat, a small obese figure made larger by her furs, and stared at him with troubled eyes. "I don't know, Wallie," she said helplessly. "In a way it might be better to tell her. She could put him out of her mind then. But I hate to do it. It's like stabbing a baby." He understood her and nodded. When, after taking a turn or two about the room, he again stopped in front of her, his angry flush had subsided. "It's the devil of a mess," he commented. "I suppose the square thing to do is to tell Doctor David and let him decide. I've got too much at stake to be a judge of what to do." He went upstairs soon after that, leaving her still in her chair, swathed in furs, her round anxious face bent forward in thought. He had rarely seen her so troubled, so uncertain of her next move, and he surmised, knowing her, that her emotions were a complex of anxiety for himself with Elizabeth, of pity for David, and of the memory of Dick Livingstone's haggard face. She sat alone for some time, and then went reluctantly up the stairs to her bedroom. She felt, like Wallie, that she had too much at stake to decide easily what to do. In the end she decided to ask Dr. Reynolds's advice, and in the morning she proceeded to do it. Reynolds was interested, even a little excited, she thought, but he thought it better not to tell David. He would himself go to Harrison Miller with it. "You say he knew you?" he inquired, watching her. "I suppose there is no doubt of that?" "Certainly not. He's known me for years, and he asked about David." "I see." He fell into profound thought, while she sat in her chair a trifle annoyed with him. He was wondering how all this would affect him and his prospects, and through them his right to marry. He had walked into a good thing, and into a very considerable content. "I see," he repeated, and got up. "I'll tell Miller, and we'll get to work. We are all very grateful to you, Mrs. Sayre." As a result of that visit, Harrison Miller and Bassett went that night to Chicago. They left it to Dr. Reynolds' medical judgment whether David should be told or not, and Reynolds himself did not know. In the end he passed the shuttle the next evening to Clare Rossiter. "Something's troubling you," she said. "You're not a bit like yourself, old dear." He looked at her. To him she was all that was fine and good and sane of judgment. "I've got something to settle," he said. "I was wondering, while you were singing, dear, whether you could help me out." "When I sing you're supposed to listen. Well, what is it?" She perched herself on the arm of his chair and ran her fingers over his hair. She was very fond of him, and she meant to be a good wife. If she ever thought of Dick Livingstone now, it was in connection with her own reckless confession to Elizabeth. She had hated Elizabeth ever since. "I'll take a hypothetical case. If you guess, you needn't say. Of course it's a great secret." She listened, nodding now and then. He used no names. He said nothing of any crime. "The point is this," he finished. "Is it better to believe the man is dead, or to know that he is alive but has cut himself off?" "There's no mistake about the recognition?" "Somebody from the village saw him in Chicago within a day or two, and talked to him." She had the whole picture in a moment. She knew that Mrs. Sayre had been in Chicago, that she had seen Dick there and talked to him. She turned the matter over in her mind, shrewdly calculating planning her small revenge on Elizabeth even as she talked. "I'd wait," she advised him. "He may come back with them, and in that case David will know soon enough. Or he may refuse to, and that would kill him. He'd rather think him dead than that." She slept quietly that night, and spent rather more time than usual in dressing that morning. Then she took her way to the Wheeler house. She saw in what she was doing no particularly culpable thing. She had no great revenge in mind. All that she intended was an evening of the score between them. "He preferred you to me when you knew I cared, but he has deserted you." And perhaps, too, a small present jealousy, for she was to live in the old brick Livingstone house, or in one like it, while all the village expected ultimately to see Elizabeth installed in the house on the hill. She kept her message to the end of her visit, and delivered her blow standing. "I have something I ought to tell you, Elizabeth, but I don't know how you'll take it." "Maybe it's something I won't want to hear." "I'll tell you if you won't say where you heard it." But Elizabeth made a small, impatient gesture. "I don't like secrets, Clare. I can't keep them, for one thing. You'd better not tell me." Clare was nearly balked of her revenge, but not entirely. "All right," she said, and prepared to depart. "I won't. But you might just find out from your friend Mrs. Sayre who it was she saw in Chicago this week." It was in this manner, bit by bit, and each bit trivial, that the case against Dick was built up for Elizabeth. Mrs. Sayre, helpless before her quiet questioning, had to acknowledge one damning thing after another. He had known her. He had not asked for Elizabeth, but only for David. He looked tired and thin, but well. She stood at the window watching Elizabeth go down the hill with a feeling that she had just seen something die before her. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of The Breaking Point by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On the night Bassett and Harrison Miller were to return from Chicago, Lucy sat downstairs in her sitting room waiting for news. At 10 o'clock, according to her custom, she went up to see that David was comfortable for the night, and to read him that prayer for the absent with which he always closed his day of waiting. But before she went, she stopped before the old mirror in the hall to see if she wore any visible sign of tension. The door into Dick's office was open, and on his once neat desk there lay a litter of papers and letters. She sighed and went up the stairs. David lay propped up in his walnut bed, an incredibly wasted and old David. The hands on the log cabin quilt which their mother had made were old hands and tired. Sometimes Lucy, with a frightened gasp, would fear that David's waiting now was not all for Dick, that he was waiting for peace. There had been something new in David lately. She thought it was fear. Always he had been so sure of himself. He had made his experiment in a man's soul, and whatever the result, he had been ready to face his Creator with it. But he had lost courage. He had tampered with the things that were to be, and not he, but Dick, was paying for that awful audacity. Once, picking up his prayer book to read evening prayer, as was her custom now, it had opened at a verse marked with an uneven line. "I will arise and go to my father, and will say unto him, Father, I have sinned against heaven and before thee, and am no more worthy to be called thy son." That had frightened her. David's eyes followed her about the room. "I've got an idea you're keeping something from me, Lucy." "I? Why should I do that?" "Then where's Harrison?" he demanded querulously. She told him one of the few white lies of her life when she said, "He hasn't been well. He'll be over to morrow." She sat down and picked up the prayer book, only to find him lifting himself in the bed and listening. "Somebody closed the hall door, Lucy. If it's Reynolds, I want to see him." She got up and went to the head of the stairs. The light was low in the hall beneath, and she saw a man standing there. But she still wore her reading glasses, and she saw at first hardly more than a figure. "Is that you, Doctor Reynolds?" she asked in her high old voice. Then she put her hand to her throat and stood rigid, staring down. For the man had whipped off his cap and stood with his arms wide, looking up. Holding to the stair rail, her knees trembling under her, Lucy went down, and not until Dick's arms were around her was she sure that it was Dick, and not his shabby, weary ghost. She clung to him, tears streaming down her face, still in that cautious silence which governed them both. She held him off and looked at him, and then strained herself to him again, as though this sense of unreality were too strong, and only the contact of his rough clothing made him real to her. It was not until they were in her sitting room with the door closed that either of them dared to speak, or perhaps could speak. Even then she kept hold of him. "Dick," she said, "Dick." And that over and over. "How is he?" was able to ask finally. "He has been very ill. I began to think Dick, I'm afraid to tell him. I'm afraid he'll die of joy." He winced at that. There could not be much joy in the farewell that was coming. Winced and almost staggered. He had walked all the way from the city, and had had no food that day. "We'll have to break it to him very gently," he said, "and he mustn't see me like this. If you can find some of my clothes and Reynolds's razor, I'll—" He caught suddenly to the back of a chair and held on to it. "I haven't taken time to eat much today," he said, smiling at her. "I guess I need food, Aunt Lucy." For the first time then she saw his clothes, his shabbiness and his pallor, and perhaps she guessed the truth. She got up, her face twitching, and pushed him into a chair. "You sit here," she said, "and leave the door closed. The nurse is out for a walk, and she'll be in soon. I'll bring some milk and cookies now and start the fire. I've got some chops in the house." When she came back almost immediately, with the familiar tray and the familiar food, he was sitting where she had left him. He had spent the entire time, had she known it, in impressing on his mind the familiar details of the room to carry away with him. She stood beside him, a hand on his shoulder, to see that he drank the milk slowly. "I've got the fire going," she said, "and I'll run up now and get your clothes. I had put them away." Her voice broke a little. "You see, you can change in your laboratory, Richard, can't you? If you go upstairs he'll hear you." He reached up and caught her hand. That touch, too, of the nearest to a mother's hand that he had known, he meant to carry away with him. He could not speak. She bustled away into her bright kitchen first, and then with happy stealth to the storeroom. Her very heart was singing within her. She neither thought nor reasoned. Dick was back and all would be well. If she had any subconscious anxieties, they were quieted, also subconsciously, by confidence in the men who were fighting his battle for him, by Walter Wheeler and Bassett and Harrison Miller. That Dick himself would present any difficulty lay beyond her worst fears. She had been out of the room only 20 minutes when she returned to David and prepared to break her great news. At first she thought he was asleep. He was lying back with his eyes closed and his hands crossed on the prayer book. But he looked up at her and was instantly roused to full attention by her face. "You've had some news," he said. "Yes, David, there's a little news. Don't count too much on it. Don't sit up. David, I have heard something that makes me think he is alive. Alive and well." He made a desperate effort and controlled himself. "Where is he?" She sat down beside him and took his hand between hers. "David," she said slowly, "God has been very good to us. I want to tell you something, and I want you to prepare yourself. We have heard from Dick. He is all right. He loves us as he always did. And he is downstairs, David." He lay very still and without speaking. She was frightened at first, afraid to go on with her further news. But suddenly David sat up in bed and in a full, firm voice began the Te Deum Laudamus. "We praise thee, O God, we acknowledge thee to be the Lord. All the earth doth worship thee, the Father everlasting." He repeated it in its entirety. At the end, however, his voice broke. "O Lord, in thee have I trusted. I doubted him, Lucy," he said. Dick, waiting at the foot of the stairs, heard that triumphant paean of thanksgiving and praise, and closed his eyes. It was a few minutes later that Lucy came down the stairs again. "You heard him?" she asked. "Oh, Dick, he had frightened me. It was more than a question of himself and you. He was making it one of himself and God." She let him go up alone and waited below, straining her ears, but she heard nothing beyond David's first hoarse cry, and after a little she went into her sitting room and shut the door. Whatever lay underneath, there was no surface drama in the meeting. The determination to ignore any tragedy in the situation was strong in them both, and if David's eyes were blurred and his hands trembling, if Dick's first words were rather choked, they hid their emotion carefully. "Well, here I am like a bad penny," said Dick huskily from the doorway. "And a long time you've been about it," grumbled David, "you young rascal." He held out his hand, and Dick crushed it between both of his. He was startled at the change in David. For a moment he could only stand there, holding his hand and trying to keep his apprehension out of his face. "Sit down," David said awkwardly, and blew his nose with a terrific blast. "I've been laid up for a while, but I'm all right now. I'll fool them all yet," he boasted, out of his happiness and content. "Business has been going to the dogs, Dick. Reynolds is a fool." "Of course you'll fool them." There was still a band around Dick's throat. It hurt him to look at David, so thin and feeble, so sunken from his former portliness. And David saw his eyes and knew. "I've dropped a little flesh, eh, Dick?" he inquired. "Old Bulge is gone, you see. The nurse makes up the bed when I'm in it, flat as when I'm out." Suddenly his composure broke. He was a feeble and apprehensive old man, shaken with the tearless sobbing of weakness and age. Dick put an arm across his shoulders, and they sat without speech until David was quiet again. "I'm a crying old woman, Dick," David said at last. "That's what comes of never feeling a pair of pants on your legs and being coddled like a baby." He sat up and stared around him ferociously. "They sprinkled violet water on my pillows, Dick. Can you beat that?" Warned by Lucy, the nurse went to her room and did not disturb them. But she sat for a time in her rocking chair before she changed into the nightgown and kimono in which she slept on the couch in David's room. She knew the story, and her kindly heart ached within her. What good would it do after all, this homecoming? Dick could not stay. It was even dangerous. Reynolds had confided to her that he suspected a watch on the house by the police, and that the mail was being opened. What good was it? Across the hall she could hear Lucy moving briskly about in Dick's room, changing the bedding, throwing up the windows, opening and closing bureau drawers. After a time Lucy tapped at her door, and she opened it. "I put a cake of scented soap among your handkerchiefs," she said rather breathlessly. "Will you let me have it for Dr. Dick's room?" She got the soap and gave it to her. "He is going to stay, then?" "Certainly he is going to stay," Lucy said, surprised. "This is his home. Where else should he go?" But David knew. He lay, listening with avid interest to Dick's story, asking a question now and then, nodding over Dick's halting attempt to reconstruct the period of his confusion, but all the time one part of him, a keen and relentless inner voice, was saying, "Look at him well, hold him close, listen to his voice, because this hour is yours, and perhaps only this hour." "Then the Sayre woman doesn't know about your coming?" he asked when Dick had finished. "Still, she mustn't talk about having seen you. I'll send Reynolds up in the morning." He was eager to hear of what had occurred in the long interval between them, and good, bad, and indifferent, Dick told him. But he limited himself to events, and did not touch on his mental battles, and David saw and noted it. The real story, he knew, lay there, but it was not time for it. After a while he raised himself in his bed. "Call Lucy, Dick." When she had come, a strangely younger Lucy, her withered cheeks flushed with exercise and excitement, he said, "Bring me the copy of the statement I made to Harrison Miller, Lucy." She brought it, patted Dick's shoulder, and went away. David held out the paper. "Read it slowly, boy," he said. "It is my justification, and God willing, it may help you. The letter is from my brother Henry. Read that, too." Lucy, having got Dick's room in readiness, sat down in it to await his coming. Downstairs in the warming oven was his supper. His bed, with the best blankets, was turned down and ready. His dressing gown and slippers were in their old accustomed place. She drew a long breath. Below, Doctor Reynolds came in quietly and stood listening. The house was very still, and he decided that his news, which was after all no news, could wait. He went into the office and got out a sheet of notepaper with his name at the top and began his nightly letter to Clare Rossiter. "My darling," it commenced. Above, David lay in his bed, and Dick read the papers in his hand. And as he read them, David watched him. Not once since Dick's entrance had he mentioned Elizabeth. David lay still and pondered that. There was something wrong about it. This was Dick, their own Dick, no shadowy ghost of the past, but Dick himself, true, an older Dick, strangely haggard and with gray running in the brown of his hair, but still Dick. The Dick whose eyes had lighted at the sight of a girl, who had shamelessly persisted in holding her hand at that last dinner, who had almost idolatrously loved her. And he had not mentioned her name. When he had finished the reading, Dick sat for a moment with the papers in his hand, thinking. "I see," he said finally. "Of course it's possible. Good God, if I could only think it." "It's the answer," David said stubbornly. "He was prowling around and fired through the window. Donaldson made the statement at the inquest that someone had been seen on the place, and that he notified you that night after dinner. He'd put guards around the place." "It gives me a fighting chance, anyhow." Dick got up and threw back his shoulders. "That's all I want, a chance to fight. I know this. I hated Lucas. He was a poor thing, and you know what he did to me. But I never thought of killing him. That wouldn't have helped matters. It was too late." "What about that?" David asked, not looking at him. When Dick did not immediately reply, David glanced at him to find his face set and pained. "Perhaps we'd better not go into that now," David said hastily. "It's natural that the readjustments will take time." "We'll have to go into it. It's the hardest thing I have to face." "It's not dead, then?" "No," Dick said slowly. "It's not dead, David. And I'd better bring it into the open. I fought it to the limit by myself. It's the one thing that seems to have survived the shipwreck. I can't argue it down or think it down." "Maybe if you see Elizabeth." "I'd break her heart, that's all." He tried to make David understand. He told in its sordid details his failure to kill it, his attempts to sink memory and conscience in Chicago, and their failure, the continued remoteness of Elizabeth and what seemed to him the flesh and blood reality of the other woman. That she was yesterday and Elizabeth was long ago. "I can't argue it down," he finished. "I've tried to, desperately. I think it's a wicked thing in a way. And God knows, all she ever got out of it was suffering. She must loathe the thought of me." David was compelled to let it rest there. He found that Dick was doggedly determined to see Beverly Carlysle. After that, he didn't know. No man wanted to surrender himself for trial unless he was sure himself of whether he was innocent or guilty. If there was a reasonable doubt, but what did it matter one way or another? His place was gone as he'd made it, gone if he was cleared, gone if he was convicted. "I can't come back, David. They wouldn't have me." After a silence he asked, "How much is known here? What does Elizabeth know?" "The town knows nothing. She knows a part of it. She cares a great deal, Dick. It's a tragedy for her." "Shall you tell her I have been here?" "Not unless you intend to see her." But Dick shook his head. "Even if other things were the same, I haven't a right to see her until I've got a clean slate." "That's sheer evasion," David said, almost with irritation. "Yes," Dick acknowledged gravely. "It is sheer evasion." "What about the police?" he inquired after a silence. "I was registered at Norada. I suppose they traced me." "Yes. The house was watched for a while. I understand they've given it up now." In response to questions about his own condition, David was almost querulous. He was all right. He would get well if they'd let him and stop coddling him. He would get up now in spite of them. He was good for one more fight before he died, and he intended to make it, in a court if necessary. "They can't prove it, Dick," he said triumphantly. "I've been over it every day for months. There is no case. There never was a case, for that matter. They're a lot of pin-headed fools, and we'll show them up, boy. We'll show them up." But for all his excitement, fatigue was telling on him. Lucy tapped at the door and came in. "You'd better have your supper before it spoils," she said. "And David needs a rest. Dr. Reynolds is in the office. I haven't told him yet." The two men exchanged glances. "Time for that later," David said. "I can't keep him out of my office, but I can out of my family affairs for an hour or so." So it happened that Dick followed Lucy down the back stairs and ate his meal stealthily in the kitchen. "I don't like you to eat here," she protested. "I've eaten in worse places," he said, smiling at her, "and sometimes not at all." He was immediately sorry for that, for the tears came to her eyes. He broke as gently as he could the news that he could not stay, but it was a great blow to her. Her sagging chin quivered piteously, and it took all the cheerfulness he could summon and all the promises of return he could make to soften the shock. "You haven't even seen Elizabeth," she said at last. "That will have to wait until things are cleared up, Aunt Lucy." "Won't you write her something then, Richard? She looks like a ghost these days." Her eyes were on him, puzzled and wistful. He met them gravely. "I haven't the right to see her, or to write to her." And the finality in his tone closed the discussion, that and something very close to despair in his face. For all his earlier hunger he ate very little, and soon after he tiptoed up the stairs again to David's room. When he came down to the kitchen later on, he found her still there, at the table where he had left her, her arms across it and her face buried in them. On a chair was the suitcase she had hastily packed for him, and a roll of bills lay on the table. "You must take it," she insisted. "It breaks my heart to think. Dick, I have the feeling that I am seeing you for the last time." Then, for fear she had hurt him, she forced a determined smile. "Don't pay any attention to me. David will tell you that I have said, over and over, that I'd never see you again. And here you are." He was going. He had said good-bye to David and was going at once. She accepted it with a stoicism born of many years of hail and farewell, kissed him tenderly, let her hand linger for a moment on the rough sleeve of his coat, and then let him out by the kitchen door into the yard. But long after he had gone she stood in the doorway, staring out. In his office, Dr. Reynolds was finishing a long and carefully written letter. "I am not good at putting myself on paper, as you know, dear heart. But this I do know. I do not believe that real love dies. We may bury it, so deep that it seems to be entirely dead, but some day it sends up a shoot, and it either lives, or the business of killing it has to be begun all over again. So when we quarrel, I always know." End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of The Breaking Point by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The evening had shaken Dick profoundly. David's appearance and Lucy's grief and premonition, most of all the talk of Elizabeth, had depressed and unnerved him. Even the possibility of his own innocence was subordinated to an overwhelming yearning for the old house and the old life. Through a side window, as he went toward the street, he could see Reynolds at his desk in the office, and he was possessed by a fierce jealousy and resentment at his presence there. The laboratory window was dark, and he stood outside and looked at it. He would have given his hope of immortality just then to have been inside it once more, working over his tubes and his cultures, his slides and microscope. Even the memory of certain dearly bought extravagances and apparatus revived in him and sent the blood to his head in a wave of unreasoning anger and bitterness. He had a wild desire to go in at the front door, confront Reynolds in his smug complacency and drive him out, to demand his place in the world and take it. He could hardly tear himself away. Under a street lamp he looked at his watch. It was 11 o'clock, and he had a half hour to spare before train time. Following an impulse he did not analyze, he turned toward the Wheeler house. Just so, months ago, had he turned in that direction, but with this difference, that then he went with a sort of hurried expectancy, and that now he loitered on the way. Yet that it somehow drew him, he knew. Not with the yearning he had felt toward the old brick house, but with the poignancy of a long past happiness. He did not love, but he remembered. Yet for a man who did not love, he was oddly angry at the sight of two young figures on the doorstep. Their clear voices came to him across the quiet street, vibrant and full of youth. It was the Sayre boy and Elizabeth. He half stopped and looked across. They were quite oblivious of him, intent and self-absorbed. As he had viewed Reynolds' unconscious figure with jealous dislike, so he viewed Wallace Sayre. Here, everywhere, his place was filled. He was angry with an unreasoning, inexplicable anger, angry at Elizabeth, angry at the boy, and at himself. He had but to cross the street and take his place there. He could drive that beardless youngster away with a word. The furious possessive jealousy of the male animal, which had nothing to do with love, made him stop and draw himself up as he stared across. Then he smiled wryly and went on. He could do it, but he did not want to. He would never do it. Let them live their lives, let him live his. But he knew that there, across the street, so near that he might have raised his voice and summoned her, he was leaving the best thing that had come into his life, the one fine and good thing outside of David and Lucy. That against its loss he had nothing but an infatuation that had ruined 3 lives already and was not yet finished. He stopped and, turning, looked back. He saw the girl bend down and put a hand on Wallie Sayre's shoulder, and the boy's face upturned and looking into hers. He shook himself and went on. After all, that was best. He felt no anger now. She deserved better than to be used to help a man work out his salvation. She deserved youth and joyousness and the forgetfulness that comes with time. She was already forgetting. He smiled again as he went on up the street, but his hands, as he buttoned his overcoat, were shaking. It was shortly after that he met the rector, Mr. Oglethorpe. He passed him quickly, but he was conscious that the clergyman had stopped and was staring after him. Half an hour later, sitting in the empty smoker of the train, he wondered if he had not missed something there. Perhaps the church could have helped him, a good man's simple belief in right and wrong. He was wandering in a gray no-man's land, without faith or compass. David had given him the location of Bassett's apartment house, and he found it quickly. He was in a state of nervous irritability by that time, for the sense of being a fugitive was constantly stressed in the familiar streets by the danger of recognition. It was in vain that he argued with himself that only the police were interested in his movements, and the casual roundsman not at all. He found himself shying away from them like a nervous horse. But if he expected any surprise from Bassett, he was disappointed. He greeted him as if he had seen him yesterday, and explained his lack of amazement in his first words. "Dr. Livingstone telephoned me. Sit down, man, and let me look at you. You've given me more trouble than any human being on earth." "Sorry," Dick said awkwardly. "I seem to have a faculty of involving other people in my difficulties." "Want a drink?" "No, thanks. I'll smoke if you have any tobacco. I've been afraid to risk a shop." Bassett talked cheerfully as he found cigarettes and matches. "The old boy had a different ring to his voice tonight. He was going down pretty fast, Livingstone, was giving up the fight, but I fancy you've given him a new grip on the earth." When they were seated, however, a sort of awkwardness developed. To Dick, Bassett had been more or less a shadowy memory, clouded over with the details and miseries of the flight. And Bassett found Dick greatly altered. He was older than he remembered him. The sort of boyishness which had come with the resurrection of his early identity had gone, and the man who sat before him was grave, weary, and much older. But his gaze was clear and direct. "Well, a good bit of water has gone over the dam since we met," Bassett said. "I nearly broke a leg going down that infernal mountain again, and I don't mind telling you that I came within an ace of landing in the Norada jail. They knew I'd helped you get away, but they couldn't prove it. I got out because I didn't see any need of dragging you down with me. I was a good bit of a mess just then, but I could reason that out anyhow. It wasn't entirely unselfish either. I had a better chance without you, or thought I did." Bassett was watching him intently. "Has it all come back?" he inquired. "Practically all. Not much between the thing that happened at the ranch and David Livingstone's picking me up at the cabin." "Did it ever occur to you to wonder just how I got in on your secret?" "I suppose you read Maggie Donaldson's confession." "I came to see you before that came out." "Then I don't know, I'm afraid." "I suppose you would stake your life on the fact that Beverly Carlysle knows nothing of what happened that night at the ranch?" Dick's face twitched, but he returned Bassett's gaze steadily. "She has no criminal knowledge, if that is what you mean." "I am not so sure of it." "I think you'd better explain that." At the cold anger in Dick's voice, Bassett stared at him. So that was how the wind lay. Poor devil. And out of the smug complacence of his bachelor peace, Bassett thanked his stars for no women in his life. "I'm afraid you misunderstand me, Livingstone," he said easily. "I don't think that she shot Lucas. But I don't think she has ever told all she knows. I've got the coroner's inquest here, and we'll go over it later. I'll tell you how I got onto your trail. Do you remember taking Elizabeth Wheeler to see the valley?" "I had forgotten it. I remember now." "Well, Gregory, the brother, saw you and recognized you. I was with him. He tried to deny you later, but I was on. Of course he told her, and I think she sent him to warn David Livingstone. They knew I was on the trail of a big story. Then I think Gregory stayed here to watch me when the company made its next jump. He knew I'd started, for he sent David Livingstone the letter you got. By the way, that letter nearly got me jailed in Norada." "I'm not hiding behind her skirts," Dick said shortly. "And there's nothing incriminating in what you say. She saw me as a fugitive, and she sent me a warning. That's all." "Easy, easy, old man. I'm not pinning anything on her. But I want, if you don't mind, to carry this through. I have every reason to believe that some time before you got to Norada, the Thorwald woman was on my trail. I know that I was followed to the cabin the night I stayed there, and that she got a saddle horse from her son that night, her son by Thorwald, either for herself or someone else." "All right. I accept that tentatively." "That means that she knew I was coming to Norada. Think a minute. I'd kept my movements quiet, but Beverly Carlysle knew, and her brother. When they warned David, they warned her." "I don't believe it." "If you had killed Lucas," Bassett asserted positively, "the Thorwald woman would have let the sheriff get you and be damned to you. She had no reason to love you. You'd kept her son out of what she felt was his birthright." He got up and opened a table drawer. "I've got a copy of the coroner's inquest here. It will bear going over. And it may help you to remember, too. We needn't read it all. There's a lot that isn't pertinent." He got out a long envelope and took from it a number of typed pages, backed with a base of heavy paper. "Inquest in the coroner's office on the body of Howard Lucas," he read. "October 10th, 1911. That was the second day after. "Examination of witnesses by Coroner Samuel J. Burkhart. Mrs. Lucas called and sworn." He glanced at Dick and hesitated. "I don't know about this tonight, Livingstone. You look pretty well shot to pieces." "I didn't sleep last night. I'm all right. Go on." During the reading that followed, he sat back in his deep chair, his eyes closed. Except that once or twice he clenched his hands, he made no movement whatever. Question: What is your name? Answer: Anne Elizabeth Lucas. My stage name is Beverly Carlysle. Question: Where do you live, Mrs. Lucas? Answer: At 26 East 56th Street, New York City. Question: I shall have to ask you some questions that are necessarily painful at this time. I shall be as brief as possible. Perhaps it will be easier for you to tell so much as you know of what happened the night before last at the Clark ranch. Answer: I cannot tell very much. I am confused too. I was given a sleeping powder last night. I can only say that I heard a shot and thought at first that it was fired from outside. I ran down the stairs and back to the billiard room. As I entered the room, Mr. Donaldson came in through a window. My husband was lying on the floor. That is all. Question. Where was Judson Clark? Answer. He was leaning on the roulette table, staring at my husband. Question. Did you see him leave the room? Answer. No, I was on my knees beside Mr. Lucas. I think when I got up he was gone. I didn't notice. Question. Did you see a revolver? Answer. No, I didn't look for one. Question. Now I shall ask you one more question, and that is all. Had there been any quarrel between Mr. Lucas and Mr. Clark that evening in your presence? Answer. No, but I had quarreled with them both. They were drinking too much. I had gone to my room to pack and go home. I was packing when I heard the shot. Witness excused and Mr. John Donaldson called. Question. What is your name? Answer. John Donaldson. Question. Where do you live? Answer. At the Clark Ranch. Question. What is your business? Answer. You know all about me. I'm foreman of the ranch. Question. I want you to tell what you know, Jack, about last night. Begin with where you were when you heard the shot. Answer. I was on the side porch. The billiard room opens onto it. I'd been told by the corral boss earlier in the evening that he'd seen a man skulking around the house. There'd been a report like that once or twice before, and I set a watch. I put Ben Haggerty at the kitchen wing with a gun, and I took up a stand on the porch. Before I did that I told Judson, but I don't think he took it in. He'd been lit up like a house afire all evening. I asked for his gun, but he said he didn't know where it was, and I went back to my house and got my own. Along about 8 o'clock I thought I saw someone in the shrubbery, and I went out as quietly as I could. But it was a woman, Hattie Thorwald, who was working at the ranch. When I left, the men were playing roulette. I looked in as I went back, and Judson had a gun in his hand. He said, I found it, Jack. I saw he was very drunk, and I told him to put it up. I'd got mine. It had occurred to me that I'd better warn Haggerty to be careful, and I started along the veranda to tell him not to shoot except to scare. I had only gone a few steps when I heard a shot and ran back. Mr. Lucas was on the floor dead, and Judson was, as the lady said. He must have gone out while I was bending over the body. Question. Did you see the revolver in his hand? Answer. No. Question. How long between your warning Mr. Clark and the shot? Answer. I suppose I'd gone a dozen yards. Question. Were you present when the revolver was found? Answer. No, sir. Question. Did you see Judson Clark again? Answer. No, sir. From what I gather he went straight to the corral and got his horse. Question. You entered the room as Mrs. Lucas came in the door? Answer. Well, she's wrong about that. She was there a little ahead of me. She'd reached the body before I got in. She was stooping over it. Bassett looked up from his reading. I want you to get this, Livingstone, he said. How did she reach the billiard room? Where was it in the house? Off the end of the living room. A large living room? 40 or 45 feet about. Will you draw it for me, roughly? He passed over a pad and pencil, and Dick made a hasty outline. Bassett watched with growing satisfaction. Here's the point, he said, when Dick had finished. She was there before Donaldson, or at the same time, as Dick made an impatient movement. But he had only a dozen yards to go. She was in her room upstairs. To get down in that time she had to leave her room, descend a staircase, cross a hall, and run the length of the living room, 45 feet. If the case had ever gone to trial, she'd have had to do some explaining. She or Donaldson, Dick said obstinately. Bassett read on. Jean Melis called and sworn. Question. Your name? Answer. Jean Melis. Question. Have you an American residence, Mr. Melis? Answer. Only where I am employed. I am now living at the Clark Ranch. Question. What is your business? Answer. I am Mr. Clark's valet. Question. It was you who found Mr. Clark's revolver? Answer. Yes. Question. Tell about how and where you found it. Answer. I made a search early in the evening. I will not hide from you that I meant to conceal it if I discovered it. A man who is drunk is not guilty of what he does. I did not find it. I went back that night when the people had gone, and found it beneath the carved wood box by the fireplace. I did not know that the sheriff had placed a man outside the window." "Get that too," said Bassett, putting down the paper. "The Frenchman was fond of you, and he was doing his blundering best. But the sheriff expected you back and had had the place watched, so they caught him. But that's not the point. A billiard room is a hard place to hide things in. I take it yours was like the average?" Dick nodded. "All right. This poor boob of a valet made a search and didn't find it. Later he found it. Why did he search? Wasn't it the likely thing that you'd carried it away with you? Do you suppose for a moment that with Donaldson and the woman in the room you hid it there and then went back and stood behind the roulette table leaning on it with both hands and staring? Not at all. Listen to this. Question. You recognize this revolver as the one you found? Answer. Yes. Question. You are familiar with it? Yes, it is Mr. Clark's. Question. You made the second search because you had not examined the wood box earlier? Answer. No, I had examined the wood box. I had a theory that... Question. The jury cannot listen to any theories. This is an inquiry into facts. "I'm going to find Melis," the reporter said thoughtfully as he folded up the papers. "The fact is, I mailed an advertisement to the New York papers today. I want to get that theory of his. It's the servants in the house who know what's going on. I've got an idea that he stumbled onto something. He searched for the revolver and it wasn't there. He went back and it was. All that conflicting evidence, and against it, what? That you'd run away?" But he saw that Dick was very tired and even a little indifferent. He would be glad to know that his hands were clean, but against the intimation that Beverly Clark had known more than she had disclosed, he presented a dogged front of opposition. After a time Bassett put the papers away and essayed more general conversation, and there he found himself met halfway and more. He began to get Dick as a man for the first time, and as a strong man. He watched his quiet, lined face, and surmised behind it depths of tenderness and gentleness. No wonder the little Wheeler girl had worshipped him. It was settled that Dick was to spend the night there, and such plans as he had, Bassett left until morning. But while he was unfolding the bed lounge on which Dick was to sleep, Dick opened a line of discussion that cost the reporter an hour or two's sleep before he could suppress his irritation. "I must have caused you considerable outlay one way and another," he said. "I want to defray that, Bassett, as soon as I have figured out some way to get at my bank account." Bassett jerked out a pillow and thumped it. "Forget it." Then he grinned. "You can fix that when you get your estate, old man. Buy a newspaper and let me run it." He bent over the davenport and put the pillow in place. "All you'll have to do is to establish your identity. The institutions that got it had to give bond. I hope you're not too long for this bed." But he looked up at Dick's silence, to see him looking at him with a faint air of amusement over his pipe. "They're going to keep the money, Bassett." Bassett straightened and stared at him. "Don't be a damned fool," he protested. "It's your money. Don't tell me you're going to give it to suffering humanity. That sort of drivel makes me sick. Take it. Give it away if you like, but for God's sake don't shirk your job." Dick got up and took a turn or two around the room. Then, after an old habit, he went to the window and stood looking out, but seeing nothing. "It's not that, Bassett. I'm afraid of the accursed thing. I might talk a lot of rot about wanting to work with my hands. I wouldn't if I didn't have to, any more than the next fellow. I might fool myself, too, with thinking I could work better without any money worries. But I've got to remember this. It took work to make a man of me before, and it will take work to keep me going the way I intend to go if I get my freedom." Sometime during the night Bassett saw that the light was still burning by the davenport, and went in. Dick was asleep with a volume of Whitman open on his chest, and Bassett saw what he had been reading. "You broken resolutions, you racking angers, you short-lived ennui. Ah, think not you shall finally triumph. My real self has yet to come forth. It shall march forth overmastering, till all lie beneath me. It shall stand up, the soldier of unquestioned victory." Bassett took the book away and stood rereading the paragraph. For the first time he sensed the struggle going on at that time behind Dick's quiet face, and he wondered. Unquestioned victory, eh? That was a pretty large order. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of The Breaking Point by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Leslie Ward had found the autumn extremely tedious. His old passion for Nina now and then flamed up in him, but her occasional coquetries no longer deceived him. They had their source only in her vanity. She exacted his embraces only as a tribute to her own charm, her youth, her fresh young body. And Nina, out of her setting of gaiety, of a thumping piano, of chattering giggling crowds, of dancing and bridge and theater boxes, was a queen dethroned. She did not read or think. She spent the leisure of her morning period in long hours before her mirror, fussing with her hair, in trimming and retrimming hats, or in the fastidious care of her hands and body. He was ashamed sometimes of his pitilessly clear analysis of her. She was not discontented, save at the enforced somberness of their lives. She had found in marriage what she wanted, a good house, daintily served, a man to respond to her attractions as a woman, and to provide for her needs as a wife, dignity and an established place in the world, liberty and privilege. But she was restless. She chafed at the quiet evenings they spent at home, and resented the reading in which he took refuge from her uneasy fidgeting. "For heaven's sake, Nina, sit down and read, or sew, or do something. You've been at that window a dozen times." "I'm not bothering you. Go on and read." When nobody dropped in she would go upstairs and spend the hour or so before bedtime in the rites of cold cream, massage, and in placing the little combs of what Leslie had learned was called a water wave. But her judgment was as clear as his, and even more pitiless. The difference between them lay in the fact that while he rebelled, she accepted the situation. She was cleverer than he was. Her mind worked more quickly, and she had the adaptability he lacked. If there were times when she wearied him, there were others when he sickened her. Across from her at the table he ate slowly and enormously. He splashed her dainty bathroom with his loud, gasping cold baths. He flung his soiled clothing anywhere. He drank whiskey at night and crawled into the lavender-scented sheets redolent of it, to drop into a heavy sleep and snore till she wanted to scream. But she played the game to the limit of her ability. Then, seeing that they might go on the rocks, he made a valiant effort, and since she recognized it as an effort, she tried to meet him halfway. They played two-handed card games. He read aloud to her, poetry which she loathed, and she to him, short stories he hated. He suggested country walks, and she agreed, to limp back after half a mile or so in her high-heeled pumps. He concealed his boredom from her, but there were nights when he lay awake long after she was asleep, and looked ahead into a future of unnumbered blank evenings. He had formerly taken an occasional evening at his club, but on his suggesting it now, Nina's eyes would fill with suspicion, and he knew that although she never mentioned Beverly Carlysle, she would neither forget nor entirely trust him again. And in his inner secret soul he knew that she was right. He had thought that he had buried that brief madness, but there were times when he knew he lied to himself. One fiction, however, he persisted in. He had not been infatuated with Beverly. It was only that she gave him during those few days something he had not found at home, companionship and quiet, intelligent talk. She had been restful. Nina was never restful. He bought a New York paper daily and read it in the train. The Valley had opened to success in New York and had settled for a long run. The reviews of her work had been extraordinary, and when now and then she gave an interview he studied the photographs accompanying it. But he never carried the paper home. He began, however, to play with the thought of going to New York. He would not go to see her at her house, but he would like to see her before a metropolitan audience, to add his mite to her triumph. There were times when he fully determined to go, when he sat at his desk with his hand on the telephone, prepared to lay the foundations of the excursion by some manipulation of business interests. For months, however, he never went further than the preliminary movement. But by October he began to delude himself with a real excuse for going, and this was the knowledge that by a strange chain of circumstances this woman who so dominated his secret thoughts was connected with Elizabeth's life through Judson Clark. The discovery communicated to him by Walter Wheeler that Dick was Clark had roused in him a totally different feeling from Nina's. He saw no glamour of great wealth. On the contrary, he saw in Clark the author of a great unhappiness to a woman who had not deserved it. And Nina, judging him with deadly accuracy, surmised even that. That he was jealous of Judson Clark and of his part in the past, he denied to himself absolutely. But his resentment took the form of violent protest to the family against even allowing Elizabeth to have anything to do with Dick if he turned up. "He'll buy his freedom if he isn't dead," he said to Nina, "and he'll come sniveling back here with that lost memory bunk, and they're just fool enough to fall for it." "I've fallen for it, and I'm at least as intelligent as you are." Before her appraising eyes his own fell. "Suppose I did something I shouldn't and turned up here with such a story. Would you believe it?" "No. When you want to do something you shouldn't, you don't appear to need any excuse." But on the whole they managed to live together comfortably enough. They each had their reservations, but especially after Jim's death they tacitly agreed to stop bickering and to make their mutual concessions. What Nina never suspected was that he corresponded with Beverly Carlysle. Not that the correspondence amounted to much. He had sent her flowers the night of the New York opening with the name of his club on his card, and she wrote there an acknowledgment. Then, later, twice he sent her books. One a biography, which was a compromise with his conscience, and later a volume of exotic love verse, which was not. As he replied to her notes of thanks, a desultory correspondence had sprung up, letters which the world might have read, and yet which had to him the savor and interest of the clandestine. He did not know that, and not infatuation, was behind his desire to see Beverly again. Never reasoned that he was demonstrating to himself that his adventurous love life was not necessarily ended, never acknowledged that the instinct of the hunter was as alive in him as in the days before his marriage. Partly, then, a desire for adventure, partly a hope that romance was not over but might still be waiting around the next corner, was behind his desire to see her again. Probably Nina knew that, as she knew so many things, why he had taken to reading poetry, for instance. Certain it is that when he began, early in October, to throw out small tentative remarks about the necessity of a business trip before long to New York, she narrowed her eyes. She was determined to go with him, if he went at all, and he was equally determined that she should not. It became, in a way, a sort of watchful waiting on both sides. Then there came a time when some slight excuse offered, and Leslie took up the shuttle for 48 hours and wove his bit in the pattern. It happened to be on the same evening as Dick's return to the old house. He was a little too confident, a trifle too easy to Nina. "Has the handle of my suitcase been repaired yet?" he asked. He was lighting a cigarette at the time. "Yes. Why?" "I'll have to run over to New York to morrow. I wanted Joe to go alone, but he thinks he needs me." Joe was his partner. "Oh, so Joe's going?" "That's what I said." She was silent. Joe's going was clever of him. It gave authenticity to his business, and it kept her at home. "How long shall you be gone?" "Only a day or two." He could not entirely keep the relief out of his voice. It had been easy, incredibly easy. He might have done it a month ago. And he had told the truth. Joe was going. "I'll pack tonight and take my suitcase in with me in the morning." "If you'll get your things out, I'll pack them." She was still thinking, but her tone was indifferent. "You won't want your dress clothes, of course." "I'd better have a dinner suit." She looked at him then with a half contemptuous smile. "Yes," she said slowly, "I suppose you will. You'll be going to the theater." He glanced away. "Possibly, but we'll be rushing to get through. There's a lot to do. Amazing how business piles up when you find you're going anywhere. There won't be much time to play." She sat before the mirror in her small dressing room that night, ostensibly preparing for bed, but actually taking stock of her situation. She had done all she could, had been faithful and loyal, had made his home attractive, had catered to his tastes and tried to like his friends, had met his needs and responded to them. And now this. She was bewildered and frightened. How did women hold their husbands? She found him in bed and unmistakably asleep when she went into the bedroom. Manlike, having got his way, he was not troubled by doubts or introspection. It was done. He was lying on his back with his mouth open. She felt a sudden and violent repugnance to getting into the bed beside him. Sometime in the night he would turn over and, throwing his arm about her, hold her close in his sleep, and it would be purely automatic, the mechanical result of habit. She lay on the edge of the bed and thought things over. He had his good qualities. He was kind and affectionate to her family. He had been wonderful when Jim died, and he loved Elizabeth dearly. He was generous and open-handed. He was handsome, too, in a big, heavy way. She began to find excuses for him. Men were always a childlike prey to some women. They were vain, and especially they were sex-vain. Good-looking men were a target for every sort of advance. She transferred her loathing of him to the woman she suspected of luring him away from her, and lay for hours hating her. She saw Leslie off in the morning with a perfunctory good-bye, while cold anger and suspicion seethed in her. And later she put on her hat and went home to lay the situation before her mother. Mrs. Wheeler was out, however, and she found only Elizabeth sewing by her window. Nina threw her hat on the bed and sat down dispiritedly. "I suppose there's no news?" she asked. Nina watched her. She was out of patience with Elizabeth, exasperated with the world. "Are you going to go on like this all your life?" she demanded. "Sitting by a window waiting for a man who ran away from you?" "That's not true, and you know it." "They're all alike," Nina declared recklessly. "They go along well enough, and they are all for virtue and for the home and fireside stuff, until some woman comes their way. I ought to know." Elizabeth looked up quickly. "Why, Nina," she said, "you don't mean—" "He went to New York this morning. He pretended to be going on business, but he's actually gone to see that actress. He's been mad about her for months." "I don't believe it." "Oh, wake up," Nina said impatiently. "The world isn't made up of good, kind, virtuous people. It's rotten. And men are all alike. Dick Livingstone and Les and all the rest. Tarred with the same stick. As long as there are women like this Carlyle creature, they'll fall for them. And you and I can sit at home and chew our nails and plan to keep them by us, and we can't do it." In spite of herself, a little question of doubt crept that day into Elizabeth's mind. She had always known that they had not told her all the truth, that the benevolent conspiracy to protect Dick extended even to her. But she had never thought that it might include a woman. Once there, the very humility of her love for Dick was an element in favor of the idea. She had never been good enough, or wise or clever enough for him. She was too small and unimportant to be really vital. Dismissing the thought did no good. It came back. But because she was a healthy-minded and practical person, she took the one course she could think of, and put the question that night to her father when he came back from seeing David. David had sent for him early in the evening. All day he had thought over the situation between Dick and Elizabeth with growing pain and uneasiness. He had not spoken of it to Lucy or to Harrison Miller. He knew that they would not understand, and that Lucy would suffer. She was bewildered enough by Dick's departure. At noon he had insisted on getting up and being helped into his trousers. So clad he felt more of a man and better able to cope with things, although his satisfaction in them was somewhat modified by the knowledge of 2 safety pins at the sides, to take up their superfluous girth at the waistband. But even the sense of being clothed as a man again did not make it easier to say to Walter Wheeler what must be said. Walter took the news of Dick's return with a visible brightening. It was as though, out of the wreckage of his middle years, he saw that there was now some salvage. But he was grave and inarticulate over it, wrung David's hand, and only said, "Thank God for it, David." And after a pause, "Was he all right? He remembered everything?" But something strange in the situation began to obtrude itself into his mind. Dick had come back 24 hours ago, last night, and all this time. Where is he now? He's not here, Walter. He has gone away again without seeing Elizabeth? David cleared his throat. He is still a fugitive. He doesn't himself know he isn't guilty. I think he feels that he ought not to see her until... Come, come, Walter Wheeler said impatiently. Don't try to find excuses for him. Let's have the truth, David. I guess I can stand it. Poor David, divided between his love for Dick and his native honesty, threw out his hands. I don't understand it, Wheeler, he said. You and I wouldn't, I suppose. We are not the sort to lose the world for a woman. The plain truth is that there is not a trace of Judson Clark in him today, save one. That's the woman. When Wheeler said nothing but sat twisting his hat in his hands, David went on. It might be only a phase. As its impression on Dick's youth had been deeper than others, so its effect was more lasting. It might gradually disappear. He was confident, indeed, that it would. He had been reading on the subject all day. Walter Wheeler hardly heard him. He was facing the incredible fact and struggling with his own problem. After a time he got up, shook hands with David and went home, the dog at his heels. During the evening that followed he made his resolution not to tell her, never to let her suspect the truth. But he began to wonder if she had heard something, for he found her eyes on him more than once, and when Margaret had gone up to bed she came over and sat on the arm of his chair. She said an odd thing then, and one that made it impossible to lie to her later. I come to you a good bit as I would go to God if he were a person, she said. I have got to know something, and you can tell me. He put his arm around her and held her close. Go ahead, honey. Daddy, do you realize that I am a woman now? I try to, but it seems about 6 months since I was feeding you hot water for colic. She sat still for a moment, stroking his hair and being very careful not to spoil his neat parting. You have never told me all about Dick, Daddy. You have always kept something back. That's true, isn't it? There were details, he said uncomfortably. It wasn't necessary. Here's what I want to know. If he has gone back to the time, you know, wouldn't he go back to caring for the people he loved then? Then suddenly her childish appeal ceased, and she slid from the chair and stood before him. I must know, Father. I can bear it. The thing you have been keeping from me was another woman, wasn't it? It was so long ago, he temporized. Think of it, Elizabeth, a boy of 21 or so. Then there was? I believe so at one time, but I know positively that he hadn't seen or heard from her in 10 years. What sort of woman? I wouldn't think about it, honey. It's all so long ago. Did she live in Wyoming? She was an actress, he said, hard driven by her persistence. Do you know her name? Only her stage name, honey. But you know she was an actress. He sighed. All right, dear, he said. I'll tell you all I know. She was an actress, and she married another man. That's all there is to it. She's not young now. She must be 30 now if she's living, he added as an afterthought. It was some time before she spoke again. I suppose she was beautiful, she said slowly. I don't know. Most of them aren't off the stage. Anyhow, what does it matter now? Only that I know he has gone back to her, and you know it too. He heard her going quietly out of the room. Long after, he closed the house and went cautiously upstairs. She was waiting for him in the doorway of her room, in her nightgown. I know it all now, she said steadily. It was because of her he shot the other man, wasn't it? She saw her answer in his startled face and closed her door quickly. He stood outside and then he tapped lightly. Let me in, honey, he said. I want to finish it. You've got a wrong idea about it. When she did not answer, he tried the door, but it was locked. He turned and went downstairs again. When he came home the next afternoon, Margaret met him in the hall. She knows it, Walter. Knows what? Knows he was back here and didn't see her. Annie blurted it out. She'd got it from the Oglethorpe's laundress. Mr. Oglethorpe saw him on the street. It took him some time to drag a coherent story from her. Annie had told Elizabeth in her room, and then had told Margaret. She had gone to Elizabeth at once to see what she could do, but Elizabeth had been in her closet digging among her clothes. She had got out her best frock and put it on, while her mother sat on the bed, not even daring to broach the matter in her mind, and had gone out. There was a sort of cold determination in her that frightened Margaret. She had laughed a good bit, for one thing. "She's terribly proud," she finished. "She'll do something reckless, I'm sure. It wouldn't surprise me to see her come back engaged to Wallie Sayre. I think that's where she went." But apparently she had not, or if she had, she said nothing about it. From that time on they saw a change in her. She was as loving as ever, but she affected a sort of painful brightness that was a little hard, as though she had clad herself in armor against further suffering. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of The Breaking Point by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is of the public domain. For months Beverly Carlysle had remained a remote and semi-mysterious figure. She had been in some hearts and in many minds, but to most of them she was a name only. She had been the motive behind events she never heard of, the quiet center in a tornado of emotions that circled about without touching her. On the whole she found her life, with the settling down of the piece to a successful run, one of prosperous monotony. She had reopened and was living in the 56th Street house, keeping a simple establishment of cook, butler and maid, and in the early fall she added a town car and a driver. After that she drove out every afternoon except on matinee days, almost always alone, but sometimes with a young girl in the company. She was very lonely. The kaleidoscope that is theatrical New York had altered since she left it. Only one or two of her former friends remained, and she found them uninteresting and narrow with the narrowness of their own absorbing world. She had forgotten that the theater was like an island, cut off from the rest of the world, having its own politics, its own society, divided by caste, almost its own religion. Out of its insularity it made occasional excursions to dinners and weekends, even into marriage now and then with an outlander. But almost always it went back, eager for its home of dressing-room and footlights, of stage entrances up dirty alleys, of doorkeepers and managers, and parts and costumes. Occasionally she had callers, men she had met or who brought to see her. She saw them over a tea table, judged them remorselessly, and eliminated gradually all but one or two. She watched her dignity and her reputation with the care of an ambitious woman trying to live down the past, and she succeeded measurably well. Now and then a critic spoke of her as a second Maude Adams, and those notices she kept and treasured. But she was always uneasy. Never since the night he had seen Judson Clark in the theater had they rung up without her brother having carefully combed the house with his eyes. She knew her limitations. They would have to ring down if she ever saw him over the footlights. And the season had brought its incidents to connect her with the past. One night Gregory had come back and told her Jean Melis was in the balcony. The valet was older and heavier, but he had recognized him. "Did he see you?" was her first question. "Yes, what about it? He never saw me but once, and that was at night and out of doors." "Sometimes I think I can't stand it, Fred. The eternal suspense, the waiting for something to happen." "If anything was going to happen, it would have happened months ago. Bassett has given it up, and Judd's dead. Even Wilkins knows that." She turned on him angrily. "You haven't a heart, have you? You're glad he's dead." "Not at all. As long as he kept under cover he was all right. But if he is, I don't see why you should fool yourself into thinking you're sorry. It's the best solution to a number of things." "What do you suppose brought Jean Melis here?" "What? To see the best play in New York. Besides, why not allow the man a healthy curiosity? He was pretty closely connected with a hectic part of your life, my dear. Now buck up, and for the Lord's sake forget the Frenchman. He's nothing." "He saw me that night on the stairs. He never took his eyes off me at the inquest." She gave, however, an excellent performance that night, and nothing more was heard of the valet. There were other alarms, all of them without foundation. She went on her way, rejected an offer or two of marriage, spent her mornings in bed and her afternoons driving or in the hands of her hairdresser and manicure, cared for the flowers that came in long, casket-like boxes, and began to feel a sense of security again. She did not intend to marry or to become interested in any one man. She had hardly given a thought to Leslie Ward. He had come and gone, one of that steady procession of men, mostly married, who battered their heads now and then like night beetles outside a window, against the hard glass of her ambition. Because her business was to charm, she had been charming to him, and could not always remember his name. As the months went by, she began to accept Fred's verdict that nothing was going to happen. Bassett was back and at work. Either dead or a fugitive somewhere was Judson Clark, but that thought she had to keep out of her mind. Sometimes, as the play went on, and she was able to make her solid investments out of it, she wondered if her 10 years of retirement had been all the price she was to pay for his ruin. But she put that thought away too, although she never minimized her responsibility when she faced it. But her price had been heavy at that. She was childless and alone, lavishing her aborted maternity on a brother who was living his prosperous, cheerful, and not too moral life at her expense. Fred was, she knew, slightly drunk with success. He attended to his minimum of labor with the least possible effort, had an expensive apartment on the Drive, and neglected her except when he needed money. She began to see, as other women had seen before her, that her success had, by taking away the necessity for initiative, been extremely bad for him. That was the situation when one night late in October the trap of Bassett's devising began to close in. It had been raining, but in spite of that they had sold standing room to the fire limit. Having got the treasurer's report on the night's business and sent it to Beverly's dressing room, Gregory wandered into his small, low-ceiled office under the balcony staircase, and closing the door, sat down. It was the interval after the second act, and above the hum of voices outside, the sound of the orchestra penetrated faintly. He was entirely serene. He had a supper engagement after the show, he had a neat car waiting outside to take him to it, and the night's business had been extraordinary. He consulted his watch and then picked up an evening paper. A few moments later he found himself reading over and over a small notice inserted among the personals. Personal: Jean Melis, who was in Norada, Wyoming, during the early fall of 1911, please communicate with L22, this office. The orchestra was still playing outside. The silly, giggling crowds were moving back to their seats, and somewhere Jean Melis, or the friends of Jean Melis, who would tell him of it, were reading that message. He got his hat and went out, forgetful of the neat car at the curb, of the supper engagement, of the night's business, and wandered down the street through the rain. But his first uneasiness passed quickly. He saw Bassett in the affair, and probably Clark himself, still living and tardily determined to clear his name. But if the worst came to the worst, what could they do? They could go only so far, and then they would have to quit. It would be better, however, if they did not see Melis. Much better. There was no use involving a simple situation, and Bev could be kept out of it altogether until it was over. Ashamed of his panic, he went back to the theater, got a railway schedule, and looked up trains. He should have done it long before, he recognized, have gone to Bassett in the spring. But how could he have known then that Bassett was going to make a life work of the case? He had only one uncertainty. Suppose that Bassett had learned about Clifton Hines. By the time the curtain rang down on the last act, he was his dapper, debonair self again, made his supper engagement, danced half the night, and even dozed a little on the way home. But he slept badly and was up early, struggling with the necessity for keeping Jean Melis out of the way. He wondered through what formalities L22, for instance, would have to go in order to secure a letter addressed to him. Whether he had to present a card, or whether he walked in, demanded his mail, and went away. That thought brought another with it. Wasn't it probable that Bassett was in New York and would call for his mail himself? He determined finally to take the chance, claim to be L-22, and if Melis had seen the advertisement and replied, get the letter. It would be easy to square it with the valet by saying that he had recognized him in the theater and that Miss Carlysle wished to send him a box. He had small hope of a letter at his first call unless the Frenchman had himself seen the notice, but his anxiety drove him early to the office. There was nothing there, but he learned one thing. He had to go through with no formalities. The clerk merely looked in a box and said, "Nothing here," and went on about his business. At 11 o'clock he went back again, and after a careful scrutiny of the crowd, presented himself once more. "L-22, here you are." He had the letter in his hand. He had glanced at it and had thrust it deep in his pocket when he felt a hand on his shoulder. He wheeled and faced Bassett. "I thought I recognized that back," said the reporter cheerfully. "Come over here, old man. I want to talk to you." But he held to Gregory's shoulder. In a corner, Bassett dropped the friendliness he had assumed for the clerk's benefit and faced him with a cold anger. "I'll have that letter now, Gregory," he said. "And I've got a damn good notion to lodge an information against you." "I don't know what you're talking about." "Forget it. I was behind you when you asked for that letter. Give it here. I want to show you something." Suddenly, with the letter in his hand, Bassett laughed and then tore it open. There was only a sheet of blank paper inside. "I wasn't sure you'd see it, and I didn't think you'd fall for it if you did," he said. "But I was pretty sure you didn't want me to see Melis. Now I know it." "Well, I didn't," Gregory said sullenly. "Just the same, I expect to see him. The day's early yet, and that's not a common name. But I'll take darn good care you don't get any more letters from here." "What do you think Melis can tell you that you don't know?" "I'll explain that to you some day," Bassett said cheerfully. "Some day when you are in a more receptive mood than you are now. The point at this moment seems to me to be, what does Melis know that you don't want me to know? I suppose you don't intend to tell me." "Not here. You may believe it or not, Bassett, but I was going to your town to night to see you." "Well," Bassett said skeptically, "I've got your word for it, and I've got nothing to do all day but to listen to you." To his proposition that they go to his hotel, Gregory assented sullenly, and they moved out to find a taxicab. On the pavement, however, he held back. "I've got a right to know something," he said, "considering what he's done to me and mine. Clark's alive, I suppose?" "He's alive, all right." "Then I'll trade you, Bassett. I'll come over with what I know if you'll tell me one thing. What sent him into hiding for 10 years and makes him turn up now yelling for help?" Bassett reflected. The offer of a statement from Gregory was valuable, but on the other hand he was anxious not to influence his narrative. And Gregory saw his uncertainty. He planted himself firmly on the pavement. "How about it?" he demanded. "I'll tell you this much, Gregory. He never meant to bring the thing up again. In a way it's me you're up against, not Clark. And you can be pretty sure I know what I'm doing. I've got Clark, and I've got the report of the coroner's inquest, and I'll get Melis. I'm going to get to the bottom of this if I have to dig a hole that buries me." In a taxicab, Gregory sat tense and erect, gnawing at his blonde mustache. After a time he said, "What are you after in all this? The story, I suppose, and the money. I dare say you're not doing it for love." Bassett surveyed him appraisingly. "You wouldn't understand my motives if I told you. As a matter of fact, he doesn't want the money." Gregory sneered. "Don't kid yourself," he said. "However, as a matter of fact, I don't think he'll take it. It might cost too much. Where is he? Shooting pills again?" "You'll see him in about 5 minutes." If the news was a surprise, Gregory gave no evidence of it, except a comment. "You're a capable person, aren't you? I bet you could tune a piano if you were put to it." He carried the situation well, the reporter had to admit. The only evidence he gave of strain was that the hands with which he lighted a cigarette were unsteady. He surveyed the obscure hotel at which the cab stopped with a sneering smile and settled his collar as he looked it over. "Not advertising to the world that you're in town, I see." "We'll do that just as soon as we're ready. Don't worry." The laugh he gave at that struck unpleasantly on Bassett's ears. But inside the building he lost some of his jauntiness. "Queer place to find Judson Clark," he said once. And again, "You'd better watch him when I go in. He may bite me." To which Bassett grimly returned, "He's probably rather particular what he bites." He was uneasily conscious that Gregory, while nervous and tense, was carrying the situation with a certain assurance. If he was acting, it was very good acting, and that opinion was strengthened when he threw open the door and Gregory advanced into the room. "Well, Clark," he said coolly, "I guess you didn't expect to see me, did you?" He made no offer to shake hands as Dick turned from the window, nor did Dick make any overtures. But there was no enmity at first in either face. Gregory was easy and assured, Dick grave and, Bassett thought, slightly impatient. From that night in his apartment the reporter had realized that he was constantly fighting a sort of passive resistance in Dick, a determination not at any cost to involve Beverly. Behind that, too, he felt that still another battle was going on, one at which he could only guess, but which made Dick somber at times and grimly quiet always. "I meant to look you up," was his reply to Gregory's nonchalant greeting. "Well, your friend here did that for you," Gregory said, and smiled across at Bassett. "He has his own methods, and I'll say they're effectual." He took off his overcoat and flung it on the bed, and threw a swift, appraising glance at Dick. It was on Dick that he was banking, not on Bassett. He hated and feared Bassett. He hated Dick, but he was not afraid of him. He lighted a cigarette and faced Dick with a malicious smile. "So here we are again, Jud," he said. "But with this change, that now it's you who are the respectable member of the community, and I'm well, we'll call it the butterfly." There was unmistakable insult in his tone, and Dick caught it. "Then I take it you're still living off your sister." The contempt in Dick's voice whipped the color to Gregory's face and clenched his fist. But he relaxed in a moment and laughed. "Don't worry, Bassett," he said, his eyes on Dick. "We haven't any reason to like each other, but he's bigger than I am. I won't hit him." Then he hardened his voice. "But I'll remind you, Clark, that personally I don't give a goddamn whether you swing or not. Also that I can keep my mouth shut, walk out of here, and have you in quad in the next hour if I decide to." "But you won't," Bassett said smoothly. "You won't, any more than you did it last spring, when you sent that little letter of yours to David Livingstone." "No, you're right. I won't. But if I tell you what I came here to say, Bassett, get this straight. It's not because I'm afraid of you, or of him. Donaldson's dead. What value would Melis's testimony have after 10 years if you put him on the stand? It's not that. It's because you'll put your blundering foot into it and ruin Bev's career unless I tell you the truth." It was to Bassett then that he told his story, he and Bassett sitting, Dick standing with his elbow on the mantelpiece, tall and weary and almost detached. "I've got to make my own position plain in this," he said. "I didn't like Clark, and I kept her away from marrying him. There was one time, before she met Lucas, when she almost did it. I was away when she decided on that fool trip to the Clark ranch. We couldn't get a New York theater until November, and she had some time, so they went. I've got her story of what happened there. You can check it up with what you know." He turned to Dick for a moment. "You were drinking pretty hard that night, but you may remember this. She had quarreled with Lucas at dinner that night, and with you. That's true, isn't it?" "Yes." "She went to her room and began to pack her things. Then she thought it over, and she decided to try to persuade Lucas to go too. Things had begun all right, but they were getting strained and unpleasant. She went down the stairs, and Melis saw her, the valet. The living room was dark, but there was a light coming through the billiard room door, and against it she saw the figure of a man in the doorway. He had his back to her, and he had a revolver in his hand. She ran across the room when he heard her, and when he turned she saw it was Lucas. Do you remember, Jud, having a revolver and Lucas taking it from you?" "No. Donaldson testified I'd had a revolver." "Well, that's how we figure he'd got the gun. She thought at once that Lucas and you had quarreled, and that he was going to shoot. She tried to take it from him, but he was drunk and stubborn. It went off and killed him." Bassett leaned forward. "That's straight, is it?" "I'm telling you." "Then why in God's name didn't she say that at the inquest?" "She was afraid it wouldn't be believed. Look at the facts. She'd quarreled with Lucas. There had been a notorious situation with regard to Clark. And remember this, she had done it. I know her well enough, however, to say that she would have confessed eventually, but Clark had beaten it. It was reasonably sure that he was lost in the blizzard. You've got to allow for that." Bassett said nothing. After a while Dick spoke. "What about the revolver?" "She had it in her hand. She dropped it and stood still, too stunned to scream. Lucas, she says, took a step or two forward and then fell through the doorway. Donaldson came running in, and you know the rest." Bassett was the first to break the silence. "She will be willing to testify to that now, of course?" "And stand trial?" "Not necessarily. Clark would be on trial. He's been indicted. He has to be tried." "Why does he have to be tried? He's free now. He's been free for 10 years. And I tell you as an honest opinion that the thing would kill her. Accident and all, she did it. And there would be some who'd never believe she hadn't tired of Lucas and wanted the Clark money." "That's a chance she'll have to take," Bassett said doggedly. "The only living witness who could be called would be the valet. And remember this, for 10 years he has believed that she did it. He'll have built up a story by this time, perhaps unconsciously, that might damn her." Dick moved. "There's only one thing to do. You're right, Gregory. I'll never expose her to that." "You're crazy," Bassett said angrily. "Not at all. I told you I wouldn't hide behind a woman. As a matter of fact, I've learned what I wanted. Lucas wasn't murdered. I didn't shoot him. That's what really matters. I'm no worse off than I was before, considerably better, in fact. And I don't see what's to be gained by going any further." In spite of his protests, Bassett was compelled finally to agree. He was sulky and dispirited. He saw the profound anticlimax to all his effort of Dick wandering out again, legally dead and legally guilty, and he swore roundly under his breath. "All right," he grunted at last. "I guess that's the last word, Gregory. But you tell her from me that if she doesn't reopen the matter of her own accord, she'll have a man's life on her conscience." "I'll not tell her anything about it. I'm not only her brother, I'm her manager now, and I'm not kicking any hole in the boat that floats me." He was self-confident and slightly insolent. The hands with which he lighted a fresh cigarette no longer trembled, and the glance he threw at Dick was triumphant and hostile. "As a man sows, Clark," he said. "You sowed hell for a number of people once." Bassett had to restrain an impulse to kick him out of the door. When he had gone, Bassett turned to Dick with assumed lightness. "Well," he said, "here we are, all dressed up and nowhere to go." He wandered around the room, restless and disappointed. He knew, and Dick knew, that they had come to the end of the road, and that nothing lay beyond. In his own unpleasant way, Fred Gregory had made a case for his sister that tied their hands, and the crux of the matter had lain in his final jibe. As a man sows, Clark, so shall he reap. The moral issue was there. "I suppose the Hines story goes by the board, eh?" he commented after a pause. "Yes, except that I wish I'd known about him when I could have done something. He's my half-brother, any way you look at it, and he had a rotten deal. Sometimes a man sows," he added with a wry smile, "and the other fellow reaps." Bassett went out after that, going to the office on the chance of a letter from Melis, but there was none. When he came back he found Dick standing over a partially packed suitcase, and knew that they had come to the end of the road indeed. "What's the next step?" he asked bluntly. "I'll have to leave here. It's too expensive." "And after that, what?" "I'll get a job. I suppose a man is as well hidden here as anywhere. I can grow a beard. That's the usual thing, isn't it?" Bassett made an impatient gesture and fell to pacing the floor. "It's incredible," he said. "It's monstrous. It's a joke. Here you are, without a thing against you, and hung like Mahomet's coffin between heaven and earth. It makes me sick." He went home that night, leaving word to have any letters for L-22 forwarded, but without much hope. His last clutch of Dick's hand had a sort of desperate finality in it, and he carried with him most of the way home the tall, worn, and rather shabby figure that saw him off with a smile. By the next afternoon's mail he received a note from New York, with a few words of comment penciled on it in Dick's writing. "This came this evening. I sent back the money. D." The note was from Gregory, and it evidently enclosed a $100 bill. It began without superscription. "Enclosed find $100, as I imagine funds may be short. If I were you, I'd get out of here. There has been considerable excitement, and you know too many people in this burg." Bassett sat back in his chair and studied the note. Now why the devil did he do that? He reflected. He sat for some time, thinking deeply, and he came to one important conclusion. The story Gregory had told was the one which was absolutely calculated to shut off all further inquiry. They had had 10 years to plan, eliminate, and construct, 10 years to prepare their defense in case Clark turned up. Wasn't that why Gregory had been so assured? But he had not been content to let well enough alone. He had perhaps overreached himself. Then what was the answer? She had killed Lucas, but was it an accident? And there must have been a witness, or they would have had nothing to fear. He wrote out on a bit of paper 3 names and sat looking at them. Hattie Thorwald, Jean Melis, Clifton Hines. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of The Breaking Point by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Elizabeth had quite definitely put Dick out of her heart. On the evening of the day she learned he had come back and had not seen her, she deliberately killed her love and decently interred it. She burned her notes and his one letter, and put away her ring, performing the rites not as rites, but as a shameful business to be done with quickly. She tore his photograph into bits and threw them into her wastebasket, and having thus house-cleaned her room, set to work to house-clean her heart. She found very little to do. She was numb and totally without feeling. The little painful constriction in her chest, which had so often come lately with her thoughts of him, was gone. She felt extraordinarily empty, but not light, and her feet dragged about the room. She felt no sense of Dick's unworthiness, but simply that she was up against something she could not fight, and no longer wanted to fight. She was beaten, but the strange thing was that she did not care. Only she would not be pitied. As the days went on, she resented the pity that had kept her in ignorance for so long, and had let her wear her heart on her sleeve. And she even wondered sometimes whether the story of Dick's loss of memory had not been false, evolved out of that pity and the desire to save her pain. David sent for her, but she wrote him a little note, formal and restrained. She would come in a day or two, but now she must get her bearings. He was to know that she was not angry, and felt it all for the best, and she was, very lovingly, his Elizabeth. She knew now that she would eventually marry Wallie Sayre, if only to get away from pity. He would have to know the truth about her, that she did not love anyone, not even her father and her mother. She pretended to care for fear of hurting them, but she was actually frozen quite hard. She did not believe in love. It was a terrible thing, to be avoided by anyone who wanted to get along, and this avoiding was really quite simple. One simply stopped feeling. On the Sunday after she had come to this comfortable knowledge, she sat in the church as usual, in the choir stalls, and suddenly she hated the church. She hated the way the larynx of Henry Wallace, the tenor, stuck out like a crab-apple over his low collar. She hated the fat double chin of the bass. She hated the talk about love and the certain rewards of virtue, and the faces of the congregation, smug and sure of salvation. She went to the choir master after the service to hand in her resignation, and did not, because it had occurred to her that it might look, to use Nina's word, as though she were crushed. Crushed! That was funny. Wallie Sayre was waiting for her outside, and she went up with him to lunch, and afterwards they played golf. They had rather an amusing game, and once she had to sit down on a bunker and laugh until she was weak while he fought his way out of a pit. Crushed indeed. So the weaving went on, almost completed now, with Wally Sayre biding his time but fairly sure of the result, with Jean Melis happening on a 2 days old paper and reading over a notice addressed to him, with Leslie Ward, neither better nor worse than his kind, seeking adventure in a bypath, which was East 56th Street, and with Dick wandering the streets of New York after twilight, and standing once with his coat collar turned up against the rain outside of the Metropolitan Club, where the great painting of his father hung over a mantelpiece. Now that he was near Beverly, Dick hesitated to see her. He felt no resentment at her long silence, nor at his exile which had resulted from it. He made excuses for her, recognized his own contribution to the catastrophe, knew, too, that nothing was to be gained by seeing her again, but he determined finally to see her once more, and then to go away, leaving her to peace and to success. She would know now that she had nothing to fear from him. All he wanted was to satisfy the hunger that was in him by seeing her, and then to go away. Curiously, that hunger to see her had been in abeyance while Bassett was with him. It was only when he was alone again that it came up, and although he knew that, he was unconscious of another fact, that every word, every picture of her, on the great boardings which walled in every empty lot, everything indeed which brought her into the reality of the present, loosened by so much her hold on him out of the past. When he finally went to the 56th Street house, it was on impulse. He had meant to pass it, but he found himself stopping, and half angrily made his determination. He would follow the cursed thing through now and get it over. Perhaps he had discounted it too much in advance, waited too long, hoped too much. Perhaps it was simply that last phase was already passing, but he felt no thrill, no expectancy, as he rang the bell and was admitted to the familiar hall. It was peopled with ghosts for him. Upstairs, in the drawing room that extended across the front of the house, she had told him of her engagement to Howard Lucas. Later on, coming back from Europe, he had gone back there to find Lucas installed in the house, his cigars on the table, his photographs on the piano, his books scattered about. And Lucas himself, smiling, handsome, and triumphant on the hearthrug, dressed for dinner except for a brocaded dressing gown, putting his hand familiarly on Beverly's shoulder and calling her old girl. He wandered into the small room to the right of the hall, where in other days he had waited to be taken upstairs, and stood looking out the window. He heard someone, a caller, come down, get into his overcoat in the hall and go out, but he was not interested. He did not know that Leslie Ward had stood outside the door for a minute, had seen and recognized him, and had then slammed out. He was quite steady as the butler preceded him up the stairs. He even noticed certain changes in the house, the door at the landing converted into an arch, leaded glass in the dining room windows beyond it. But he caught a glimpse of himself in a mirror and saw himself a shabby contrast to the former days. He faced her, still with that unexpected composure, and he saw her very little changed. Even the movement with which she came toward him with both hands was familiar. "Judge!" she said. "Oh, my dear!" He saw that she was profoundly moved, and suddenly he was sorry for her. Sorry for the years behind them both, for the burden she had carried, for the tears in her eyes. "Dear old Bev," he said. She put her head against his shoulder and cried unrestrainedly, and he held her there, saying small, gentle, soothing things, smoothing her hair. But all the time he knew that life had been playing him another trick. He felt a great tenderness for her and profound pity, but he did not love her or want her. He saw that after all the suffering and waiting, the death and exile, he was left at the end with nothing, nothing at all. When she was restored to a sort of tense composure, he found to his discomfort that, womanlike, she intended to abase herself thoroughly and completely. She implored his forgiveness for his long exile, gazing at him humbly, and when he said in a matter-of-fact tone that he had been happy, giving him a look which showed that she thought he was lying to save her unhappiness. "You are trying to make it easier for me, but I know, Jud." "I'm telling you the truth," he said patiently. "There's one point I didn't think necessary to tell your brother. For a good while I didn't remember anything about it. If it hadn't been for that, well, I don't know. Anyhow, don't look at me as though I willfully saved you. I didn't." She sat still, pondering that, and twisting a ring on her finger. "What do you mean to do?" she asked after a pause. "I don't know. I'll find something." "You won't go back to your work?" "I don't see how I can. I'm hiding in a sort of casual fashion." To his intense discomfiture she began to cry again. She couldn't go through with it. She would go back to Norada and tell the whole thing. She had let Fred influence her, but she saw now she couldn't do it. But for the first time he felt that in this one thing she was not sincere. Her grief and abasement had been real enough, but now he felt she was acting. "Suppose we don't go into that now," he said gently. "You've had about all you can stand." He got up awkwardly. "I suppose you are playing to-night?" She nodded, looking up at him dumbly. "Better lie down then and forget me." He smiled down at her. "I've never forgotten you, Jud. And now, seeing you again, I—" Her face worked. She continued to look up at him piteously. The appalling truth came to him then, and that part of him which had remained detached and aloof, watching, almost smiled at the irony. She cared for him. Out of her memory she had built up something to care for, something no more himself than she was the woman of his dreams, but with this difference, that she was clinging, woman fashion, to the thing she had built, and he had watched it crumble before his eyes. "Will you promise to go and rest?" "Yes, if you say so." She was acquiescent and humble. Her eyes were soft, faithful, childlike. "I've suffered so, Jud." "I know." "You don't hate me, do you?" "Why should I? Just remember this. While you were carrying this burden I was happier than I'd ever been. I'll tell you about it some time." She got up, and he perceived that she expected him again to take her in his arms. He felt ridiculous and resentful, and rather as though he was expected to kiss the hand that had beaten him. But when she came close to him he put an arm around her shoulders. "Poor Bev," he said. "We've made pretty much a mess of it, haven't we?" He patted her and let her go, and her eyes followed him as he left the room. The elder brotherliness of that embrace had told her the truth, as he could never have hurt her in words. She went back to the chair where he had sat, and leaned her cheek against it. After a time she went slowly upstairs and into her room. When her maid came in, she found her before the mirror of her dressing table, staring at her reflection with hard, appraising eyes. Leslie's partner, wandering into the hotel at 6 o'clock, found from the disordered condition of the room that Leslie had been back, had apparently bathed, shaved, and made a careful toilet, and gone out again. Joe found himself unexpectedly at a loose end. Filled with suppressed indignation, he commenced to dress, getting out a shirt, hunting his evening studs, and lining up what he meant to say to Leslie over his defection. Then at 6:45 Leslie came in, top-hatted and morning-coated, with a yellowing gardenia in his buttonhole and his shoes covered with dust. "Hello, Les," Joe said, glancing up from a laborious struggle with a stud. "Been to a wedding?" "Why?" "You look like it." "I made a call, and since then I've been walking." "Some walk, I'd say," Joe observed, looking at him shrewdly. "What's wrong, Les? Fair one turn you down?" "Go to hell," Leslie said irritably. He flung off his coat and jerked at his tie. Then, with it hanging loose, he turned to Joe. "I'm going to tell you something. I know it's safe with you, and I need some advice. I called on a woman this afternoon. You know who she is. Beverly Carlysle." Joe whistled softly. "That's not the point," Leslie declaimed in a truculent voice. "I'm not defending myself. She's a friend. I've got a right to call there if I want to." "Sure you have," soothed Joe. "Well, you know the situation at home, and who Livingstone actually is. The point is that while that poor kid at home is sitting around killing herself with grief, Clark's gone back to her, to Beverly Carlysle." "How do you know?" "No. I saw him this afternoon at her house." He sat still, moodily reviewing the situation. His thoughts were a chaotic and unpleasant mixture of jealousy, fear of Nina, anxiety over Elizabeth, and the sense of a lost romantic adventure. After a while he got up. "She's a nice kid," he said. "I'm fond of her. And I don't know what to do." Suddenly Joe grinned. "I see," he said. "And you can't tell her, or the family, where you saw him." "Not without raising the deuce of a row." He began automatically to dress for dinner. Joe moved around the room, rang for a waiter, ordered orange juice and ice, and produced a bottle of gin from his bag. Leslie did not hear him, nor the later preparation of the cocktails. He was reflecting bitterly on the fact that a man who married built himself a wall against romance, a wall compounded of his own new sense of responsibility, of family ties, and fear. Joe brought him a cocktail. "Drink it, old dear," he said. "And when it's down I'll tell you a few little things about playing around with ladies who have a past. Here's to forgetting 'em." Leslie took the glass. "Right-o," he said. He went home the following day, leaving Joe to finish the business in New York. His going rather resembled a flight. Tossing sleepless the night before, he had found what many a man had discovered before him, that his love of clandestine adventure was not as strong as his caution. He had had a shock. True, his affair with Beverly had been a formless thing, a matter of imagination and a desire to assure himself that romance for him was not yet dead. True, too, that he had nothing to fear from Dick Livingstone. But the encounter had brought home to him the danger of this old new game he was playing. He was running like a frightened child. He thought of various plans. One of them was to tell Nina the truth, take his medicine of tears and coldness, and then go to Mr. Wheeler. One was to go to Mr. Wheeler without Nina and make his humiliating admission. But Walter Wheeler had his own rigid ideas, was uncompromising in rectitude, and would understand as only a man could that while so far he had been only mentally unfaithful, he had been actuated by at least subconscious desire. His own awareness of that fact made him more cautious than he need have been, perhaps more self-conscious. And he genuinely cared for Elizabeth. It was, on the whole, a generous and kindly impulse that lay behind his ultimate resolution to tell her that her desertion was both willful and cruel. Yet when the time came he found it hard to tell her. He took her for a drive one evening soon after his return, forcibly driving off Wallie Sayre to do so, and eyeing surreptitiously now and then her pale, rather set face. He found a quiet lane and stopped the car there, and then turned and faced her. "How've you been, little sister, while I've been wandering the gay white way?" he asked. "I've been all right, Leslie." "Not quite all right, I think. Have you ever thought, Elizabeth, that no man on earth is worth what you're going through?" "I'm all right, I tell you," she said impatiently. "I'm not grieving any more. That's the truth, Les. I know now that he doesn't intend to come back. And I don't care. I never even think about him now." "I see," he said. "Well, that's that." But he had not counted on her intuition, and was startled to hear her say, "Well, go on." "What do you mean, go on?" "You brought me out here to tell me something." "Not at all. I simply—" "Where is he? You've seen him." He tried to meet her eyes, failed, cursed himself for a fool. "He's alive and well, Elizabeth. I saw him in New York." It was a full minute before she spoke again, and then her lips were stiff and her voice strained. "Has he gone back to her? To the actress he used to care for?" He hesitated, but he knew he would have to go on. "I'm going to tell you something, Elizabeth. It's not very creditable to me, but I'll have to trust you. I don't want to see you wasting your life. You've got plenty of courage and a lot of spirit, and you've got to forget him." He told her, and then he took her home. He was a little frightened, for there was something not like her in the way she had taken it, a sort of immobility that might, he thought, cover heartbreak. But she smiled when she thanked him, and went very calmly into the house. That night she accepted Wallie Sayre. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of The Breaking Point by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Bassett was having a visitor. He sat in his chair while that visitor ranged excitedly up and down the room, a short, stout man, well dressed, and with a mixture of servility and importance. The valet's first words, as he stood inside the door, had been significant. "I should like to know first if I am talking to the police." "No, and yes," Bassett said genially. "Come and sit down, man. What I mean is this. I am a friend of Judson Clark's, and this may or may not be a police matter. I don't know yet." "You are a friend of Mr. Clark's? Then the report was correct. He is still alive, sir?" "Yes." The valet got out a handkerchief and wiped his face. He was clearly moved. "I am glad of that, very glad. I saw some months ago in a newspaper. Where is he?" "In New York. Now, Mellis, I've an idea that you know something about the crime Judson Clark was accused of. You intimated that at the inquest." "Mrs. Lucas killed him." "So she says," Bassett said easily. The valet jumped and stared. "She admits it, as the result of an accident. She also admits hiding the revolver where you found it." "Then you do not need me." "I'm not so sure of that." The valet was puzzled. "I want you to think back, Mellis. You saw her go down the stairs some time before the shot. Later you were confident she had hidden the revolver, and you made a second search for it. Why? You hadn't heard her testimony at the inquest then. Clark had run away. Why didn't you think Clark had done it?" "Because I thought she was having an affair with another man. I have always thought she did." Bassett nodded. "I thought so. What made you think that?" "I'll tell you. She went west without a maid, and Mr. Clark got a Swedish woman from a ranch near to look after her, a woman named Thorwald. She lived at her own place and came over every day. One night, after Mrs. Thorwald had started home, I came across her down the road near the irrigator's house, and there was a man with her. They didn't hear me behind them, and he was giving her a note for someone in the house." "Why not for one of the servants?" "That's what I thought then, sir. It wasn't my business. But I saw the same man later on, hanging about the place at night, and once I saw her with him, Mrs. Lucas, I mean. That was in the early evening. The gentlemen were out riding, and I'd gone with one of the maids to a hill to watch the moon rise. They were on some rocks below, in the canyon." "Did you see him?" "I think it was the same man, if that's what you mean. I knew something queer was going on after that, and I watched her. She went out at night more than once. Then I told Donaldson there was somebody hanging around the place, and he set a watch." "Fine. Now we'll go to the night Lucas was shot. Was the Thorwald woman there?" "She had started home." "Leaving Mrs. Lucas packing alone?" "Yes. I hadn't thought of that. The Thorwald woman heard the shot and came back. I remember that because she fainted upstairs, and I had to carry her to her bed." "I see. Now about the revolver." "I located it the first time I looked for it. Donaldson and the others had searched the billiard room, so I tried the big room. It was under a chair. I left it there and concealed myself in the room. She, Mrs. Lucas, came down late that night and hunted for it. Then she hid it where I got it later." "I wish I knew, Mellis, why you didn't bring those facts out at the inquest." "You must remember this, sir. I had been with Mr. Clark for a long time. I knew the situation, and I thought that he had gone away that night to throw suspicion from her to himself. I was not certain what to do. I would have told it all in court, but it never came to trial." Bassett was satisfied and fairly content. After the Frenchman's departure he sat for some time, making careful notes and studying them. Supposing the man Mellis had seen to be Clifton Hines, a good many things would be cleared up. Some new element he had to have, if Gregory's story were to be disproved, some new and different motive. Suppose, for instance. He got up and paced the floor, back and forward and back. There was just one possibility and just one way of verifying it. He sat down and wrote out a long telegram, and then got his hat and carried it to the telegraph office himself. He had made his last throw. He received a reply the following day, and in a state of exhilaration bordering on madness, packed his bag, and as he packed it, addressed it, after the fashion of lonely men the world over. "Just one more trip, friend Cowhide," he said, "and then you and I are going to settle down again to work. But it's some trip, old arm breaker." He put in his pajamas and handkerchiefs, his clean socks and collars, and then he got his revolver from a drawer and added it. Just 24 hours later he knocked at Dick's door in a boarding house on West 9th Street, found it unlocked, and went in. Dick was asleep, and Bassett stood looking down at him with an odd sort of paternal affection. Finally he bent down and touched his shoulder. "Wake up, old top," he said. "Wake up. I have some news for you." End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of The Breaking Point by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To Dick, the last day or two had been nightmares of loneliness. He threw caution to the winds and walked hour after hour, only to find that the street crowds, people who had left a home or were going to one, depressed him and emphasized his isolation. He had deliberately put away from him the anchor that had been Elizabeth, and had followed a treacherous memory, and now he was adrift. He told himself that he did not want much, only peace, work, and a place. But he had not had one of them. He was homesick for David, for Lucy, and with a tightening of the heart he admitted it, for Elizabeth. And he had no home. He thought of Reynolds, bent over the desk in his office. He saw the quiet tree-shaded streets of the town, and Reynolds passing from house to house in the little town, doing his work, usurping his place in the confidence and friendship of the people. He saw the very children named for him asking, "Who was I named for, Mother?" He saw David and Lucy gone, and the old house abandoned, or perhaps echoing to the laughter of Reynolds's children. He had moments when he wondered what would happen if he took Beverly at her word. Suppose she made her confession, reopened the thing to fill the papers with great headlines. "Judson Clark not guilty, a strange story." He saw himself going back to the curious glances of the town, never to be to them the same as before, to face them and look them down, to hear whispers behind his back, to feel himself watched and judged on that far past of his. Suppose even that it could be kept out of the papers, Wilkins amiable and acquiescent, Beverly's confession hidden in the ruck of legal documents, and he stealing back, to go on as best he could, covering his absence with lies, and taking up his work again. But even that uneasy road was closed to him. He saw David and Lucy stooping to new and strange hypocrisies, watching with anxious old eyes the faces of their neighbors, growing defiant and hard as time went on, and suspicion still followed him. And there was Elizabeth. He tried not to think of her, save as of some fine and tender thing he had once brushed as he passed by. Even if she still cared for him, he could, even less than David and Lucy, ask her to walk the uneasy road with him. She was young. She would forget him and marry Wallace Sayre. She would have luxury and gaiety, and the things that belong to youth. He was not particularly bitter about that. He knew now that he had given her real love, something very different from that early madness of his, but he knew it too late. He looked up at Bassett and then sat up. "What sort of news?" he asked, his voice still thick with sleep. "Get up and put some cold water on your head. I want you to get this." He obeyed, but without enthusiasm. Some new clue, some hope revived only to die again. What did it matter? But he stopped by Bassett and put a hand on his shoulder. "Why do you do it?" he asked. "Why don't you let me go to the devil in my own way?" "I started this, and by heaven I've finished it," was Bassett's exultant reply. He sat down and produced a bundle of papers. "I'm going to read you something," he said. "And when I'm through you're going to put your clothes on and we'll go to the Biltmore. The Biltmore, do you get it?" Then he began to read. I, the undersigned, being of sound mind, do hereby make the following statement. I make the statement of my own free will, and swear before Almighty God that it is the truth. I am an illegitimate son of Elihu Clark. My mother, Harriet Burgess, has since married and is now known as Hattie Thorwald. She will confirm the statements herein contained. I was adopted by a woman named Hines of the city of Omaha, whose name I took. Some years later this woman married and had a daughter, of whom I shall speak later. I attended preparatory school in the East and was sent during vacations to a tutoring school owned by Mr. Henry Livingstone. When I went to college, Mr. Livingstone bought a ranch at Dry River, Wyoming, and I spent some time there now and then. I learned that I was being supported and sent to college from funds furnished by a firm of New York lawyers, and that aroused my suspicion. I knew that Mrs. Hines was not my mother. I finally learned that I was the son of Elihu Clark and Harriet Burgess. I felt that I should have some part of the estate, and I developed a hatred of Judson Clark, whom I knew. I made one attempt to get money from him by mail, threatening to expose his father's story, but I did not succeed. I visited my mother, Hattie Thorwald, and threatened to kill Clark. I also threatened Henry Livingstone, and his death came during a dispute over the matter, but I did not kill him. He fell down and hit his head. He had a weak heart. My foster sister had gone on the stage, and Clark was infatuated with her. I saw him a number of times, but he did not connect me with the letter I had sent. My foster sister's stage name is Beverly Carlyle. She married Howard Lucas, and they visited the Clark ranch at Norada, Wyoming, in the fall of 1911. I saw my sister there several times, and as she knew the way I felt, she was frightened. My mother, Hattie Thorwald, was a sort of maid to her, and together they tried to get me to go away. Bassett looked up. Up to that point, he said, I wrote it myself before I saw him. There was a note of triumph in his voice. The rest is his. On the night Lucas was killed, I was to go away. Bev had agreed to give me some money, for the piece had quit in June, and I was hard up. She was going to borrow it from Judd Clark, and that set me crazy. I felt it ought to be mine, or a part of it anyhow. I was to meet my mother in the grounds, but I missed her, and I went to the house. I wasn't responsible for what I did. I was crazy, I guess. I saw Donaldson on the side porch, and beyond him were Lucas and Clark playing roulette. It made me wild. I couldn't have played roulette that night for pennies. I went around the house and in the front door. What I meant to do was to walk into that room and tell Clark who I was. He knew me, and all I meant to do was to call Bev down, and Mother, and make him sit up and take notice. I hadn't a gun on me. I swear I wasn't thinking of killing him then. I hated him like poison, but that was all. But I went into the living room and I heard Clark say he'd lost $1,000. Maybe you don't get that. $1,000 thrown around like that, and me living on what Bev could borrow from him. That sent me wild. Lucas took a gun from him just after that and said he was going to put it in the other room. He did it, too. He put it on a table and started back. I got it and pointed it at Clark. I'd have shot him, too, but Bev came into the room. I want to exonerate Bev. She has been better than most sisters to me, and she has lied to try to save me. She came up behind me and grabbed my arm. Lucas had heard her, and he turned. I must have closed my hand on the trigger, for it went off and hit him. I was in the living room when Donaldson ran in. I hid there until they were all gathered around Lucas and had quit running in, and then I got away. I saw my mother in the grounds later. I told her where the revolver was and that they'd better put it in the billiard room. I was afraid they'd suspect Bev. I have read the above statement, and it is correct. I was legally adopted by Mrs. Alice Ford Hines of Omaha, and used that signature. I generally use the name of Frederick Gregory, which I took when I was on the stage for a short time. Signed, Clifton Hines. Bassett folded up the papers and put them in the envelope. I got that, he said, at the point of a gun, my friend. And our friend Hines departed for the Mexican border on the evening train. I don't mind saying that I saw him off. He held out for a getaway, and I guess it's just as well." He glanced at Dick, lying still and rigid on the bed. "And now," he said, "I think a little drink won't do us any harm." Dick refused to drink. He was endeavoring to comprehend the situation, to realize that Gregory, who had faced him with such sneering hate a day or so before, was his half-brother. "Poor devil," he said at last. "I wish to God I'd known. He was right, you know. No wonder—" Some time later he roused from deep study and looked at Bassett. "How did you get the connection?" "I saw Melis and learned that Hines was in it somehow. He was the connecting link between Beverly Carlysle and the Thorwald woman. But I couldn't connect him with Beverly herself except by a chance. I wired a man I knew in Omaha, and he turned up the second marriage and a daughter known on the stage as Beverly Carlysle." Bassett was in high spirits. He moved about the room immensely pleased with himself, slightly boastful. "Some little stroke, Dick," he said. "What price Mr. Judson Clark to night, eh? It will be worth $1 million to see Wilkins's face when he reads that thing." "There's no mention of me as Livingstone in it, is there?" "It wasn't necessary to go into that. I didn't know. Look here," he exploded. "You're not going to be a damned fool, are you?" "I'm not going to revive Judson Clark, Bassett. I don't owe him anything. Let him die a decent death and stay dead." "Oh, piffle," Bassett groaned. "Don't start that all over again. Don't pull any Enoch Arden stuff on me, looking in at a lighted window and wandering off to drive a taxicab." Suddenly Dick laughed. Bassett watched him, puzzled and angry, with a sort of savage tenderness. "You're crazy," he said morosely. "Darned if I understand you. Here I've got everything fixed as slick as a whistle, and it took work, believe me. And now you say you're going to chuck the whole thing." "Not at all," Dick replied, with a new ring in his voice. "You're right. I've been 10 sorts of a fool, but I know now what I'm going to do. Take up your paper, old friend, and for my sake go out and clear Jud Clark. Put up a headstone to him if you like. A good one. I'll buy it." "And what will you be doing in the meantime?" Dick stretched and threw out his arms. "Me?" he said. "What should I be doing, old man? I'm going home." End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of The Breaking Point by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lucy Crosby was dead. One moment she was of the quick, moving about the house, glancing in at David, having Minnie in the kitchen pin and unpin her veil, and the next she was still and infinitely mysterious on her white bed. She had fallen outside the door of David's room and lay there, her arms still full of fresh bath towels and a fixed and intense look in her eyes, as though outside the door she had come face to face with a messenger who bore surprising news. Dr. Reynolds, running up the stairs, found her there dead, and closed the door into David's room. But David knew before they told him. He waited until they had placed her on her bed, had closed her eyes and drawn a white coverlet over her, and then he went in alone and sat down beside her and put a hand over her chilling one. "If you are still here, Lucy," he said, "and have not yet gone on, I want you to carry this with you. We are all right here. Everybody is all right. You are not to worry." After a time he went back to his room and got his prayer book. He could hear Harrison Miller's voice soothing Minnie in the lower hall, and Reynolds at the telephone. He went back into the quiet chamber and, opening the prayer book, began to read aloud. "Now is Christ risen from the dead and become the first fruits of them that slept." His voice tightened. He put his head down on the side of the bed. He was very docile that day. He moved obediently from his room for the awful aftermath of a death, for the sweeping and dusting and clean curtains, and sat in Dick's room, not reading, not even praying, a lonely yet indomitable old figure. When his friends came, elderly men who creaked in and tried to reduce their robust voices to a decorous whisper, he shook hands with them and made brief, courteous replies. Then he lapsed into silence. They felt shut off and uncomfortable, and creaked out again. Only once did he seem shaken. That was when Elizabeth came swiftly in and put her arms around him as he sat. He held her close to him, saying nothing for a long time. Then he drew a deep breath. "I was feeling mighty lonely, my dear," he said. He was the better for her visit. He insisted on dressing that evening and on being helped down the stairs. The town, which had seemed inimical for so long, appeared to him suddenly to be holding out friendly hands. More than friendly hands, loving, tender hands, offering service and affection and old-time friendship. It moved about sedately, in dark clothes, and came down the stairs red-eyed and using pocket handkerchiefs, and it surrounded him with love and loving kindness. When they had all gone, Harrison Miller helped him up the stairs to where his tidy bed stood ready, and the nurse had placed his hot milk on a stand. But Harrison did not go at once. "What about a word to Dick, David?" he inquired awkwardly. "I've called up Bassett, but he's away, and I don't know that Dick ought to come back anyhow. If the police are on the job at all, they'll be on the lookout now. They'll know he may try to come." David looked away. Just how much he wanted Dick to tide him over these bad hours, only David knew. But he could not have him. He stared at the glass of hot milk. "I guess I can fight this out alone, Harrison," he said, "and Lucy will understand." He did not sleep much that night. Once or twice he got up and tiptoed across the hall into Lucy's room and looked at her. She was as white as her pillow and quite serene. Her hands, always a little rough and twisted with service, were smooth and rested. "You know why he can't come, Lucy," he said once. "It doesn't mean that he doesn't care. You have to remember that." His sublime faith that she heard and understood, not the Lucy on the bed, but the Lucy who had not yet gone on to the blessed company of heaven, carried him back to his bed, comforted and reassured. He was up and about his room early. The odor of baking muffins and frying ham came up the stairwell, and the sound of Mike vigorously polishing the floor in the hall. Mixed with the odor of cooking and of floor wax was the scent of flowers from Lucy's room, and Mrs. Sayre's machine stopped at the door while the chauffeur delivered a great mass of roses. David went carefully down the stairs and into his office, and there, at his long deserted desk, commenced a letter to Dick. He was sitting there when Dick came up the street. The thought that he was going home had upheld Dick through the days that followed Bassett's departure for the West. He knew that it would be a fight, that not easily does a man step out of life and into it again, but after his days of inaction he stood ready to fight. For David, for Lucy, and, if it was not too late, for Elizabeth. When Bassett's wire came from Norada, "All clear," he set out for Haverly, more nearly happy than for months. The very rhythm of the train sang, "Going home, going home." At the Haverly station the agent stopped, stared at him, and then nodded gravely. There was something restrained in his greeting, like the voices in the old house the night before, and Dick felt a chill of apprehension. He never thought of Lucy, but David. The flowers and ribbon at the door were his first intimation, and still it was David he thought of. He went cold and bitter, standing on the freshly washed pavement, staring at them. It was all too late. David! David! He went into the house slowly, and the heavy scent of flowers greeted him. The hall was empty, and automatically he pushed open the door to David's office and went in. David was at the desk writing. David was alive. Thank God and thank God, David was alive. "David," he said brokenly. "Dear old David," and was suddenly shaken with dry, terrible sobbing. There was a great deal to do, and Dick was grateful for it. But first, like David, he went in and sat by Lucy's bed alone and talked to her. Not aloud, as David did, but still with that same queer conviction that she heard. He told her he was free, and that she need not worry about David, that he was there now to look after him, and he asked her, if she could, to help him with Elizabeth. Then he kissed her and went out. He met Elizabeth that day. She had come to the house, and after her custom now went up, unwarned, to David's room. She found David there, and Harrison Miller, and, it was a moment before she realized it, Dick by the mantel. He was greatly changed, she saw that. But she had no feeling of pity, nor even of undue surprise. She felt nothing at all. It gave her a curious, almost hard little sense of triumph to see that he had gone pale. She marched up to him and held out her hand, mindful of the eyes on her. "I'm so very sorry, Dick," she said. "You have a sad homecoming." Then she withdrew her hand, still calm, and turned to David. "Mother sent over some things. I'll give them to Minnie," she said, her voice clear and steady. She went out, and they heard her descending the stairs. She was puzzled to find that her knees almost gave way on the staircase, for she felt calm and without any emotion whatever. And she finished her errand so collected and poised that the 2 or 3 women who had come in to help stared after her as she departed. "Do you suppose she's seen him?" "She was in David's room. She must have." Mindful of Mike, they withdrew into Lucy's sitting room and closed the door, there to surmise and to wonder. Did he know she was engaged to Wallie Sayre? Would she break her engagement now or not? Did Dick for a moment think that he could do as he had done, go away and jilt a girl and come back to be received as though nothing had happened? Because, if he did... To Dick, Elizabeth's greeting had been a distinct shock. He had not known just what he had expected. Certainly he had not hoped to pick things up where he had dropped them. But there was a hard friendliness in it that was like a slap in the face. He had meant at least to fight to win back with her, but he saw now that there would not even be a fight. She was not angry or hurt. The barrier was more hopeless than that. David, watching him, waited until Harrison had gone out, and then went directly to the subject. "Have you ever stopped to think what these last months have meant to Elizabeth? Her own worries, and always this infernal town talking. The child's pride has been hurt, as well as her heart." "I thought I'd better not go into that until later," he explained. "The other thing was wrong. I knew it the moment I saw Beverly, and I didn't go back again. What was the use? But you saw her face, David. I think she doesn't even care enough to hate me." "She's cared enough to engage herself to Wallace Sayre." After one astounded glance, Dick laughed bitterly. "That looks as though she cared," he said. He had gone very white. After a time, as David sat silent and thoughtful, he said, "After all, what right had I to expect anything else? When you think that a few days ago I was actually shaken at the thought of seeing another woman, you can hardly blame her." "She waited a long time." Later Dick made what was a difficult confession under the circumstances. "I know now. I think I knew all along, but the other thing was like that craving for liquor I told you about. I know now that she has always been the one woman. You'll understand that, perhaps, but she wouldn't. I would crawl on my knees to make her believe it, but it's too late. Everything's too late," he added. Before the hour for the services he went in again and sat by Lucy's bed. But she, who had given him wise counsel so many times before, lay in her majestic peace, surrounded by flowers and infinitely removed. Yet she gave him something of her own peace. Once more, as on the night she had stood at the kitchen door and watched him disappear in the darkness, there came the tug of the old familiar things, the home sense. Not only David now, but the house. The faded carpet on the stairs, the old self-rocker Lucy had loved, the creaking faucets in the bathroom, Mike and Minnie, the laboratory, united in their shabby strength, they were home to him. They had come back, never to be lost again. Home. Then little by little they carried their claim further. They were not only home. They were the setting of a dream, long forgotten but now vivid in his mind, and a refuge from the dreary present. That dream had seen Elizabeth enshrined among the old familiar things. The old house was to be a sanctuary for her and for him. From it and from her in the dream he was to go out in the morning. To it and to her he was going to come home at night, after he had done a man's work. The dream faded. Before him rose the face of the morning, impassive and cool. Her eyes not hostile but indifferent. She had taken herself out of his life, had turned her youth to youth and forgotten him. He understood and accepted it. He saw himself as he must have looked to her, old and worn, scarred from the last months, infinitely changed. And she was young. Heavens, how young she was! Lucy was buried the next afternoon. It was raining, and the quiet procession followed Dick and the others who carried her light body under grotesquely bobbing umbrellas. Then he and David and Minnie and Mike went back to the house, quiet with that strange emptiness that follows a death, the unconscious listening for a voice that will not speak again, for a familiar footfall. David had not gone upstairs. He sat in Lucy's sitting room, in his old frock coat and black tie, with a knitted afghan across his knees. His throat looked withered in his loose collar. And there, for the first time, they discussed the future. "You're giving up a great deal, Dick," David said. "I'm proud of you, and like you, I think the money's best where it is. But this is a prejudiced town, and they think you've treated Elizabeth badly. If you don't intend to tell the story—" "Never," Dick announced firmly. "Judson Clark is dead." He smiled at David, with something of his old humor. "I told Bassett to put up a monument if he wanted to. But you're right about one thing. They're not ready to take me back. I've seen it a dozen times in the last 2 days." "I never gave up a fight yet." David's voice was grim. "On the other hand, I don't want to make it uncomfortable for her. We are bound to meet. I'm putting my own feeling aside. It doesn't matter, except of course to me. What I thought was, we might go into the city. Reynolds would buy the house. He's going to be married." But he found himself up against the stone wall of David's opposition. He was too old to be uprooted. He liked to be able to find his way around in the dark. He was almost childish about it, and perhaps a trifle terrified. But it was his final argument that won Dick over. "I thought you'd found out there's nothing in running away from trouble." Dick straightened. "You're right," he said. "We'll stay here and fight it out together." He helped David up the stairs to where the nurse stood waiting, and then went on into his own bedroom. He surveyed it for the first time since his return with a sense of permanency and intimacy. Here, from now on, was to center his life. From this bed he would rise in the morning, to go back to it at night. From this room he would go out to fight for place again, and for the old faith in him, for confiding eyes and the clasp of friendly hands. He sat down by the window, and with the feeling of dismissing them forever, retraced slowly and painfully the last few months. The night on the mountains, and Bassett asleep by the fire. The man from the cabin caught under the tree, with his face looking up, strangely twisted, from among the branches. Dawn in the alfalfa field, and the long night tramp. The boy who had recognized him in Chicago. David in his old walnut bed, shriveled and dauntless, and his own going out into the night with Lucy in the kitchen doorway. Elizabeth and Wallace Sayre on the veranda, and himself across the street under the trees. Beverly and the illumination of his freedom from the old bonds. Gregory, glib and debonair, telling his lying story, and later on flying to safety. His half-brother. All that, and now this quiet room with David asleep beyond the wall, and Minnie moving heavily in the kitchen below, setting her bread to rise. It was anticlimacteric, ridiculous, wonderful. Then he thought of Elizabeth, and it became terrible. After Reynolds came up, he put on a dressing gown and went down the stairs. The office was changed and looked strange and unfamiliar. But when he opened the door and went into the laboratory, nothing had been altered there. It was as though he had left it yesterday, the microscope screwed to its stand, the sterilizer gleaming and ready. It was as though it had waited for him. He was content. He would fight and he would work. That was all a man needed, a good fight, and work for his hands and brain. A man could live without love if he had work. He sat down on the stool and groaned. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of The Breaking Point by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. One thing Dick knew must be done and got over with. He would have to see Elizabeth and tell her the story. He knew it would do no good, but she had a right to the fullest explanation he could give her. She did not love him, but it was intolerable that she should hate him. He meant, however, to make no case for himself. He would have to stand on the facts. This thing had happened to him, the storm had come, wrought its havoc and passed. He was back to start again as nearly as he could where he had left off. That was all. He went to the Wheeler house the next night, passing the door twice before he turned in and rang the bell, in order that his voice might be calm and his demeanor unshaken. But the fact that Micky, waiting on the porch, knew him and broke into yelps of happiness and ecstatic wriggling almost lost him his self-control. Walter Wheeler opened the door and admitted him. "I thought you might come," he said. "Come in." There was no particular warmth in his voice, but no unfriendliness. He stood by gravely while Dick took off his overcoat, and then led the way into the library. "I'd better tell you at once," he said, "that I have advised Elizabeth to see you, but that she refuses. I'd much prefer—" he busied himself at the fire for a moment. "I'd much prefer to have her see you, Livingstone. But I'll tell you frankly, I don't think it would do much good." He sat down and stared at the fire. Dick remained standing. "She doesn't intend to see me at all?" he asked unsteadily. "That's rather out of the question if you intend to remain here. Do you?" "Yes." An unexpected feeling of sympathy for the tall young man on the hearthrug stirred in Walter Wheeler's breast. "I'm sorry, Dick. She apparently reached the breaking point a week or two ago. She knew you had been here and hadn't seen her, for one thing." He hesitated. "You've heard of her engagement?" "Yes." "I didn't want it," her father said drearily. "I suppose she knows her own business, but the thing's done. She sent you a message," he added after a pause. "She's glad it's cleared up, and I believe you are not to allow her to drive you away. She thinks David needs you." "Thank you. I'll have to stay, as she says." There was another uncomfortable silence. Then Walter Wheeler burst out. "Confound it, Dick, I'm sorry. I've fought your battles for months, not here but everywhere. But here's a battle I can't fight. She isn't angry. You'll have to get her angle of it. I think it's something like this. She had built you up into a sort of a Superman. And well, I suppose purity is the word. She's the essence of purity. Then, Leslie told me this tonight, she learned from him that you were back with the woman in the case in New York." And as Dick made a gesture, "There's no use going to him. He was off the beaten track and he knows it. He took a chance to tell her for her own good. He's fond of her. I suppose that was the last straw." He sat still, a troubled figure, middle-aged and unhandsome and very weary. "It's a bad business, Dick," he said. After a time Dick stirred. "When I first began to remember," he said, "I wanted whiskey. I would have stolen it if I couldn't have got it any other way. Then, when I got it, I didn't want it. It sickened me. This other was the same sort of thing. It's done with." Wheeler nodded. "I understand. But she wouldn't, Dick." "No, I don't suppose she would." He went away soon after that, back to the quiet house and to David. Automatically he turned in at his office, but Reynolds was writing there. He went slowly up the stairs. Anne Sayre was frankly puzzled during the next few days. She had had a week or so of serenity and anticipation, and although things were not quite as she would have had them, Elizabeth too impassive, and even Wallie rather restrained in his happiness, she was satisfied. But Dick Livingstone's return had somehow changed everything. It had changed Wallie, too. He was suddenly a man, and not, she suspected, a very happy man. He came back one day, for instance, to say that he had taken a partnership in a brokerage office, and gave as his reason that he was sick of playing round. She rather thought it was to take his mind off something. A few days after the funeral she sent for Dr. Reynolds. "I caught cold at the cemetery," she said, when he had arrived and was seated opposite her in her boudoir. "I really did," she protested as she caught his eye. "I suppose everybody is sending for you to have a chance to talk." "Just about." "You can't blame us. Particularly you can't blame me. I've got to know something, Doctor. Is he going to stay?" "I think so. Yes." "Isn't he going to explain anything? He can't expect just to walk back into his practice after all these months, and the talk that's been going on, and do nothing about it." "I don't see what his going away has to do with it. He's a good doctor and a hard worker. When I'm gone—" "You're going, are you?" "Yes. I may live here and have an office in the city. I don't care for general practice. There's no future in it. I may take a special course in nose and throat." But she was not interested in his plans. "I want to know something, and only you can tell me. I'm not curious like the rest. I think I have a right to know. Has he seen Elizabeth Wheeler yet? Talked to her, I mean?" "I don't know. I'm inclined to think not," he added cautiously. "You mean that he hasn't?" "Look here, Mrs. Sayre, you've confided in me, and I know it's important to you. I don't know a thing. I'm to stay on until the end of the week, and then he intends to take hold. I'm in and out, see him at meals, and we've had a little desultory talk. There is no trouble between the two families. Mr. Wheeler comes and goes. If you ask me, I think Livingstone has simply accepted the situation as he found it." "He isn't going to explain anything? He'll have to, I think, if he expects to practice here. There have been all sorts of stories." "I don't know, Mrs. Sayre." "How is Doctor David?" she asked after a pause. "Better. It wouldn't surprise me now to see him mend rapidly." He met Elizabeth on his way down the hill, a strange, bright-eyed Elizabeth, carrying her head high and a bit too jauntily, and with a sort of hot defiance in her eyes. He drove on thoughtfully. All this turmoil and trouble, anxiety and fear, and all that was left, a crushed and tragic figure of a girl, and two men in an old house preparing to fight that one of them might regain the place he had lost. It would be a fight. Reynolds saw the village already divided into two camps, a small militant minority aligned with Dick and David, and a waiting, not particularly hostile, but intensely curious majority, who would demand certain things before Dick's reinstatement in their confidence. Elizabeth Wheeler was an unconscious party to the division. It was, in a way, her battle they were fighting, and Elizabeth had gone over to the enemy. Late that afternoon Ann Sayre had her first real talk with Wallie since Dick's return. She led him out onto the terrace, her shoulders militant and her head high, and faced him there. "I can see you are not going to talk to me," she said, "so I'll talk to you. Has Dick Livingstone's return made any change between Elizabeth and you?" "No." "She's just the same to you? You must tell me, Wallace. I've been building so much." She realized the change in him then more fully than ever, for he faced her squarely and without evasion. "There's no change in her, mother, but I think you and I will both have to get used to this. She's not in love with me. She doesn't pretend to be." "Don't tell me it's still that man." "I don't know." He took a turn or two about the terrace. "I don't think it is, mother. I don't think she cares for anybody that way. Certainly not for me. And that's the trouble." He faced her again. "If marrying me isn't going to make her happy, I won't hold her to it. You'll have to support me in that, mother. I'm a pretty weak sister sometimes." That appeal touched her as nothing had done for a long time. "I'll help all I can if the need comes," she said, and turned and went heavily into the house. End of chapter 46. Chapter 47 of The Breaking Point by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. David was satisfied. The great love of his life had been given to Dick, and now Dick was his again. He grieved for Lucy, but he knew that the parting was not for long, and that from whatever high place she looked down she would know that. He was satisfied. He looked on his work and found it good. There was no trace of weakness nor of vacillation in the man who sat across from him at the table or slammed in and out of the house after his old fashion. But he was not content. At first it was enough to have Dick there, to stop in the doorway of his room and see him within, occupied with the prosaic business of getting into his clothes or out of them, now and then to put a hand on his shoulder, to hear him fussing in the laboratory again, and to be called to examine divers and sundry smears to which Dick attached impressive importance and more impressive names. But behind Dick's surface cheerfulness he knew that he was eating his heart out. And there was nothing to be done. Nothing. Secretly David watched the papers for the announcement of Elizabeth's engagement, and each day drew a breath of relief when it did not come. And he had done another thing secretly, too. He did not tell Dick when her ring came back. Annie had brought the box without a letter, and the incredible cruelty of the thing made David furious. He stamped into his office and locked it in a drawer, with the definite intention of saving Dick that one additional pang at a time when he already had enough to bear. For things were going very badly. The fight was on. It was a battle without action. Each side was dug in and entrenched and waiting. It was an engagement where the principals met occasionally on the neutral ground of the streets, bowed to each other, and passed on. The town was sorry for David and still fond of him, but it resented his stiff-necked attitude. It said, in effect, that when he ceased to make Dick's enemies his, it was willing to be friends. But it said also, to each other and behind its hands, that Dick's absence was discreditable, or it would be explained, and that he had behaved abominably to Elizabeth. It would be hanged if it would be friends with him. It looked away, but it watched. Dick knew that when he passed by on the streets, it peered at him from behind its curtains and whispered behind his back. Now and then he saw, on his evening walks, that line of cars drawn up before houses he had known and frequented, which indicated a party, but he was never asked. He never told David. It was only when the taboo touched David that Dick was resentful, and then he was inclined to question the wisdom of his return. It hurt him, for instance, to see David give up his church and reading morning prayer alone at home on Sunday mornings, and to see his grim silence when some of his old friends were mentioned. Yet on the surface things were much as they had been. David rose early, and as he improved in health, read his morning paper in his office while he waited for breakfast. Dr. Reynolds had gone, and the desk in Dick's office was back where it belonged. In the mornings Mike oiled the car in the stable and washed it, his old pipe clutched in his teeth, while from the kitchen came the sounds of pans and dishes and the odor of frying sausages. And Dick splashed in the shower and shaved by the mirror with the cracked glass in the bathroom. But he did not sing. The house was very quiet. Now and then the front door opened and a patient came in, but there was no longer the crowded waiting room, the incessant jangle of the telephone, the odor of pungent drugs and antiseptics. When, shortly before Christmas, Dick looked at the books containing the last quarter's accounts, he began to wonder how long they could fight their losing battle. He did not mind for himself, but it was unthinkable that David should do without, one by one, the small luxuries of his old age, his cigars, his long and now errandless rambles behind Nettie. He began then to think of his property, his for the claiming, and to question whether he had not bought his peace at too great a cost to David. He knew by that time that it was not fear but pride which had sent him back empty-handed, the pride of making his own way. And now and then, too, he felt a perfectly human desire to let Bassett publish the story as his vindication, and then snatch David away from them all, to some luxurious haven where, that was the point at which he always stopped, where David could pine away in homesickness for them. There was an irony in it that made him laugh hopelessly. He occupied himself then with ways and means, and sold the car. Reynolds, about to be married and busily furnishing a city office, bought it, had it repainted a bright blue, and signified to the world at large that he was at the Rossiter house every night by leaving it at the curb. Sometimes, on long country tramps, Dick saw it outside a farmhouse and knew that the boycott was not limited to the town. By Christmas, however, he realized that the question of meeting their expenses necessitated further economies, and reluctantly at last they decided to let Mike go. Dick went out to the stable with a distinct sinking of the heart, while David sat in the house unhappily waiting for the thing to be done. But Mike refused to be discharged. "And is it discharging me you are?" he asked, putting down one of David's boots in his angry astonishment. "Well then, I'm telling you you're not." "We can't pay you any longer, Mike, and now that the car's gone." "I'm not thinking about pay. I'm not going, and that's flat. Who'd be after doing his boots and all?" David called him in that night and dismissed him again, this time very firmly. Mike said nothing and went out, but the next morning he was scrubbing the sidewalk as usual, and after that they gave it up. Now and then Dick and Elizabeth met on the street, and she bowed to him and went on. At those times it seemed incredible that once he had held her in his arms, and that she had looked up at him with loving, faithful eyes. He suffered so from those occasional meetings that he took to watching for her so as to avoid her. Sometimes he wished she would marry Wallace quickly, so that he would be obliged to accept what now he knew he had not accepted at all. He had occasional spells of violent anger at her, and of resentment, but they died when he checked up, one after the other, the inevitable series of events that had led to the catastrophe. But it was all nonsense to say that love never died. She had loved him, and there was never anything so dead as that love of hers. He had been saved one thing, however. He had never seen her with Wallie Sayre. Then one day in the country, while he trudged afoot to make one of his rare professional visits, they went past together in Wallie's bright roadster. The sheer shock of it sent him against a fence, staring after them with an anger that shook him. Late in November Elizabeth went away for a visit, and it gave him a breathing spell. But the strain was telling on him, and Bassett, stopping on his way to dinner at the Wheelers', told him so bluntly. "You look pretty rotten," he said. "It's no time to go to pieces now, when you've put up your fight and won it." "I'm all right. I haven't been sleeping, that's all." "How about the business? People coming to their senses?" "Not very fast," Dick admitted. "Of course it's a little soon." After dinner at the Wheelers', when Walter Wheeler had gone to a vestry meeting, Bassett delivered himself to Margaret of a highly indignant harangue on the situation in general. "That's how I see it," he finished. "He's done a fine thing. A finer thing by a damned sight than I'd do, or any of this town. He's given up money enough to pay the national debt, or nearly. If he'd come back with it, as Judson Clark, they wouldn't have cared a hang for the past. They'd have licked his boots. It makes me sick." He turned on her. "You too, I think, Mrs. Wheeler. I'm not attacking you on that score. It's human nature. But it's the truth." "Perhaps. I don't know." "They'll drive him to doing it yet. He came back to make a place for himself again, like a man. Not what he had, but what he was. But they'll drive him away, mark my words." Later on, but more gently, he introduced the subject of Elizabeth. "You can't get away from this, Mrs. Wheeler. So long as she stands off and you behind her, the town is going to take her side. She doesn't know it, but that's how it stands. It all hangs on her. If he wasn't the man he is, I'd say his salvation hangs on her. I don't mean she ought to take him back. It's too late for that if she's engaged. But a little friendliness and kindness wouldn't do any harm. You too. Do you ever have him here?" "How can I, as things are?" "Well, be friendly anyhow," he argued. "That's not asking much. I suppose he'd cut my throat if he knew, but I'm a straight to the mark sort of person, and I know this. What this house does, the town will do." "I'll talk to Mr. Wheeler. I don't know. I'll say this, Mr. Bassett. I won't make her unhappy. She has borne a great deal, and sometimes I think her life is spoiled. She is very different." "If she is suffering, isn't it possible she cares for him?" But Margaret did not think so. She was so very calm. She was so calm that sometimes it was alarming. "He gave her a ring, and the other day I found it, tossed into a drawer full of odds and ends. I haven't seen it lately. She may have sent it back." Elizabeth came home shortly before Christmas, undeniably glad to be back, and very gentle with them all. She set to work almost immediately on the gifts, wrapping them and tying them with methodical exactness, sticking a tiny sprig of holly through the ribbon bow, and writing cards with neatness and care. She hung up wreaths and decorated the house, and when she was through with her work she went to her room and sat with her hands folded, not thinking. She did not think any more. Wallie had sent her a flexible diamond bracelet as a Christmas gift, and it lay on her table in its box. She was very grateful, but she had not put it on. On the morning before Christmas Nina came in, her arms full of packages and her eyes shining and a little frightened. She had some news for them. She hadn't been so keen about it at first, but Leslie was like a madman. He was so pleased that he was ordering her that sable cape she had wanted so. He was like a different man. And it would be July. Elizabeth kissed her. It seemed very unreal, like everything else. She wondered why Leslie should be so excited, or her mother crying. She wondered if there was something strange about her, that it should seem so small and unimportant. But then, what was important? That one got up in the morning and ate at intervals and went to bed at night? That children came and had to be fed and washed and tended, and cried a great deal and were sick now and then? She wished she could feel something, could think it vital whether Nina should choose pink or blue for her layette, and how far she should walk each day, and if the chauffeur drove the car carefully enough. She wished she cared whether it was going to rain tomorrow or not, or whether someone was coming or not coming, and she wished terribly that she could care for Wallie, or get over the feeling that she had saved her pride at a cost to him she would not contemplate. After a time she went upstairs and put on the bracelet, and late in the afternoon she went out and bought some wool to make an afghan. It eased her conscience toward Nina. She commenced it that evening while she waited for Wallie, and she wondered if sometime she would be making an afghan for a coming child of her own. Her and Wallace Sayre's. Suddenly she knew she would never marry him. She faced the future with all that it implied, and she knew she could not do it. It was horrible that she had even contemplated it. It would be terrible to tell Wallie, but not as terrible as the other thing. She saw herself then with the same clearness with which she had judged Dick. She, too, leaving her havoc of wrecked lives behind her. She, too, going along her headstrong way, raising hopes not to be fulfilled, and passing on. She, too. That evening, Christmas Eve, she told Wallie she would not marry him. Told him very gently, and just after an attempt of his to embrace her. She would not let him do it. "I don't know what's come over you," he said morosely, "but I'll let you alone if that's the way you feel." "I'm sorry, Wallie. It makes me shiver." In a way he was prepared for it, but nevertheless he begged for time, for a less unequivocal rejection. But he found her, for the first time, impatient with his pleadings. "I don't want to go over and over it, Wallie. I'll take the blame. I should have done it long ago." She was gentle, almost tender with him, but when he said she had spoiled his life for him, she smiled faintly. "You think that now, and don't believe I'm not sorry. I am. I hate not playing the game, as you say. But I don't think for a moment that you'll go on caring when you know I don't. That doesn't happen. That's all." "Do you know what I think?" he burst out. "I think you're still mad about Livingstone. I think you are so mad about him that you don't know it yourself." But she only smiled her cool smile and went on with her knitting. After that he got himself in hand, and perhaps he still had some hope. It was certain that she had not flinched at Dick's name, told her very earnestly that he only wanted her happiness. He did not want her unless she wanted him. He would always love her. "Not always," she said with tragically cold certainty. "Men are not like women. They forget." She wondered after he had gone what had made her say that. She did not tell her family that night. They were full of their own concerns. Nina's coming maternity, the wrapping of packages behind closed doors, the final trimming of the tree in the library. Leslie had started the phonograph, and it was playing Stille Nacht, Heilige Nacht. Still night, holy night, and only in her was there a stillness that was not holy. They hung up their stockings valiantly as usual, making a little ceremony of it, and being careful not to think about Jim's missing one. Indeed, they made rather a function of it, and Leslie demanded one of Nina's baby socks and pinned it up. "I'm starting a bank account for the little beggar," he said, and dropped a gold piece into the toe. "Next year, old girl." He put his arm around Nina. It seemed to him that life was doing considerably better than he deserved by him, and he felt very humble and contrite. He felt in his pocket for the square jeweler's box that lay there. After that they left Walter Wheeler there to play his usual part at such times, and went upstairs. He filled the stockings bravely, an orange in each toe, a box of candy, a toy for old time's sake, and then the little knickknacks he had been gathering for days and hiding in his desk. After all, there were no fewer stockings this year than last. Instead of Jim's, there was the tiny one for Nina's baby. That was the way things went. He took away, but also he gave. He sat back in his deep chair and looked up at the stockings, ludicrously bulging. After all, if he believed that he gave and took away, then he must believe that Jim was where he had tried to think him, filling a joyous, active place in some boyish heaven. After a while he got up and went to his desk, and getting pen and paper, wrote carefully. "Dearest, you will find this in your stocking in the morning when you get up for the early service. And I want you to think over it in the church. It is filled with tenderness and with anxiety. Life is not so very long, little daughter, and it is no time to waste in anger or bitterness. A little work, a little sleep, a little love, and it is all over. Will you think of this today?" He locked up the house and went slowly up to bed. Elizabeth found the letter the next morning. She stood in the bleak room, with the ashes of last night's fire still smoking, and the stockings overhead, not festive in the gray light, but looking forlorn and abandoned. Suddenly her eyes, dry and fiercely burning for so long, were wet with tears. It was true, it was true. A little work, a little sleep, a little love. Not the great love, perhaps, not the only love of a man's life, not the love of yesterday, but of today and tomorrow. All the fierce repression of the last week was gone. She began to suffer. She saw Dick coming home, perhaps high with hope that whatever she knew she would understand and forgive. And she saw herself failing him, cold and shut away, not big enough nor woman enough to meet him halfway. She saw him fighting his losing battle alone, protecting David but never himself, carrying Lucy to her quiet grave, sitting alone in his office while the village walked by and stared at the windows. She saw him gaining harbor after storm and finding no anchorage there. She turned and went half blindly into the empty street. She thought he was at the early service. She did not see him, but she had once again the thing that had seemed lost forever, the warm sense of his thought of her. He was there, in the shadowy back pew, with the grill behind it through which once insistent hands had reached to summon him. He was there with Lucy's prayer book in his hand and none of the peace of the day in his heart. He knelt and rose with the others. O God, who makest us glad with the yearly remembrance of the birth of thy Son. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of The Breaking Point by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. David was beaten, most tragic defeat of all, beaten by those he had loved and faithfully served. He did not rise on Christmas morning, and Dick, visiting him after an almost untasted breakfast, found him still in his bed and questioned him anxiously. "I'm all right," he asserted. "I'm tired, Dick, that's all. Tired of fighting. You're young. You can carry it on and win. But I'll never see it. They're stronger than we are." Later he elaborated on that. He had kept the faith. He had run with courage the race that was set before him. He had stayed up at night and fought for them, but he couldn't fight against them. Dick went downstairs again, and shutting himself in his office, fell to pacing the floor. David was right. The thing was breaking him. Very seriously now he contemplated abandoning the town, taking David with him and claiming his estate. They could travel then. He could get consultants in Europe. There were baths there, and treatments. The doorbell rang. He heard Minnie's voice in the hall, not too friendly, and her tap at the door. "Someone in the waiting room," she called. When he opened the connecting door he found Elizabeth beyond it, a pale and frightened Elizabeth, breathless and very still. It was a perceptible moment before he could control his voice to speak. Then, "I suppose you want to see David. I'm sorry, but he isn't well to day. He is still in bed." "I didn't come to see David, Dick." "I cannot think you want to see me, Elizabeth." "I do, if you don't mind." He stood aside then and let her pass him into the rear office. But he was not fooled at all, not he. He had been enough. He knew why she had come, in the kindness of heart. She was so little, good heavens, a man could crush her to nothing. She had come because she was sorry for him, and she had brought forgiveness. It was like her. It was fine. It was damnable. His voice hardened for fear it might be soft. "Is this a professional visit or a Christmas call, Elizabeth? Or perhaps I shouldn't call you that." "A Christmas call?" "You know what I mean. The day of peace. The day. What do you think I'm made of, Elizabeth? To have you here, gentle and good and kind." He got up and stood over her, tall and almost threatening. "You've been to church and you've been thinking things over, I know. I was there. I heard it all. Peace on earth, goodwill to men. Bosh! Peace when there is no peace. Goodwill! I don't want your peace and goodwill." She looked up at him timidly. "You don't want to be friends, then?" "No. 1,000 times no," he said violently. Then, more gently, "I'm making a fool of myself. I want your peace and goodwill, Elizabeth. God knows I need them." "You frighten me, Dick," she said slowly. "I didn't come to bring forgiveness, if that is what you mean. I came—" "Don't tell me you came to ask it. That would be more than I can bear." "Will you listen to me for a moment, Dick? I am not good at explaining things, and I'm nervous. I suppose you can see that." She tried to smile at him. "A little work, a sleep, a little love. That's life, isn't it?" He was watching her intently. "Work and trouble and a long sleep at the end, for which let us be duly thankful. That's life, too. Love? Not every one gets love." Hopelessness and despair overwhelmed her. He was making it hard for her, impossible. She could not go on. "I did not come with peace," she said tremulously. "But if you don't want it—" She rose. "I must say this, though, before I go. I blame myself. I don't blame you. You are wrong if you think I came to forgive you." She was stumbling toward the door. "Elizabeth, what did bring you?" She turned to him with her hand on the doorknob. "I came because I wanted to see you again." He strode after her and, catching her by the arm, turned her till he faced her. "And why did you want to see me again? You can't still care for me. You know the story. You know I was here and didn't see you. You've seen Leslie Ward. You know my past. What you don't know—" He looked down into her eyes. "A little work, a little sleep, a little love," he repeated. "What did you mean by that?" "Just that," she said simply. "Only not a little love, Dick. Maybe you don't want me now. I don't know. I have suffered so much that I'm not sure of anything." "Want you?" he said. "More than anything on this earth." Bassett was at his desk at the office. It was late, and the night editor, seeing him reading the early edition, his feet on his desk, carried over his coffee and doughnuts and joined him. "Sometime," he said, "I'm going to get that Clark story out of you. If it wasn't you who turned up the confession, I'll eat it." Bassett yawned. "Have it your own way," he said indifferently. "You were shielding somebody, weren't you? No? What's the answer?" Bassett made no reply. He picked up the paper and pointed to an item with the end of his pencil. "Seen this?" The night editor read it with bewilderment. He glanced up. "What's that got to do with the Clark case?" "Nothing. Nice people, though. Know them both." When the night editor walked away, rather affronted, Bassett took up the paper and reread the paragraph. "Mr. and Mrs. Walter Wheeler of Haverly announced the engagement of their daughter Elizabeth to Dr. Richard Livingstone." He sat for a long time staring at it. End of Chapter 48. End of The Breaking Point by Mary Roberts Rinehart.